focus.
Yeah. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Therefore, I don't think about that.
Yeah, I went very, very low. I went just camera and tripod. That's all, and a fanny pack bag. Yeah.
This is who it is. And she's walking ahead of me.
Yeah. But name.
Yes, I know.
That's a good shot. doing, Joe? Doing better, but, you know. Every day's a blessing, right? I did. I got my new one. I had the yellow one. I found that's in my ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not
Stupid.
5. I guess we're 5 all week.
5 all week?
Yeah. I'm up early, but I guess there's something cool out there feeding. So 5 just took us.
That's the only thing part of this pool makes me feel like I'm working more instead of working less. I feel like, you know, when you're part of a pool, you feel like, oh, then I don't have to do that as much. But I feel like
I'm here every day.
right, and yesterday,
I think they take the cool shots not anymore.
But this has more. This comes up with more stuff.
I think that they earnestly don't. People take it cool. I have no idea what's the front, what's the back. They haven't been here. There's no.
It's like this is what I had a whole thing about yesterday. Really, other than if you're lucky in the morning to get the witnesses walking in, they all come out here and we get a better shot at it. All the lawyers, the prosecution lawyers come in here, and some of the defense lawyers come in here. All the important people come in here. Who gives a fuck about the family?
So the family's the only one who, like, that our audience actually recognizes.
How are they relevant to the story?
If you're leading your guys' online story with something besides
The family?
something besides the family and or the court sketches, I would be surprised.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying that I disagree with it. How is that relevant to this? If you like his kids, how are they relevant to this story?
That generation knows.
Yes.
That's the ability.
Because people are stupid.
Diddy by extension.
People are stupid.
I'm also like a little bit surprised with like how both of you guys or us went and shot Cassie at her house or apartment or whatever.
Paparazzi.
You know, but this is all public.
a little different.
Yeah, she looked like a less more mature. I guess.
Yeah.
Not
more
older,
like
more
a-
mature, like a more mature haircut, essentially.
Yeah.
And she had a cardigan on. So.
Ooh, a cardigan. It's chilly in the courthouse. Nice.
Not enough people wearing cardigans. Well, I'm glad I relieved Ted yesterday because I knew that it could get kind of chilly over here. Otherwise, I would have just worn.
Oh, this thing.
I hate the cold. I'm a fragile flower from California. I knew there was something.
I was born in Syracuse and I still hate the cold.
partnerships, and this at all
Nous devons
levels.
associer toutes les
We
parties
must
concernées
involve
par les espaces maritimes
everyone
à l'action
with
menée
a stake
dans ce
in maritime
domaine.
spaces in the action we take
Des
in this
populations
area.
côtières
From
au
coastal
gouvernement,
communities to
en
governments
passant par les groupes régionaux,
regional groups,
les compagnies maritimes, les
to
registres
shipping companies,
d'immatriculation du pavillon,
flag registries,
les industries de la pêche et de
the
l'extraction,
fishing and
les compagnies
extractive industries,
d'assurance et les
insurers,
exploitants
as well as
portuaires.
port operators.
Sans oublier ce Conseil qui a
Without
appelé
forgetting
l'attention
this
sur
very
la sûreté
council, which has
maritime
drawn attention
et
to
la
maritime
nécessité
security
d'agir de
and the
manière
need
collective.
for
đại đạo hết.
Vai sair alguém aqui desse prédio.
É, famoso, né?
Oh, man, it warmed up. Sparkly up there.
7 more weeks. I don't think I slept last night. I think that might be my other problem. I was looking at my sleep thing on my watch, and it said that I didn't sleep from I knew I was up for like an hour from midnight until then, but I went to bed at 9.
She's got rocks.
Isn't that your friend? Why does she have a rock?
She's got 2 rocks.
Yeah, one shooter right here. What is going on?
I'm sorry, I just was calling to let you know.
I don't trust that.
I thought she was going to throw it.
I thought she was too. No, I'm throwing rocks.
She's
Hey, do you follow Ryan Reynolds and what's his name's soccer team?
Rob McElhenney?
Yeah.
No.
Wrexham
I mean,
team?
I know about it, but I haven't watched their show.
Yeah, they got promoted again for the third year in a row, and they're going to be in the championship league next year, which is one step below the Premier League.
Really?
Yeah. They missed the very first year that they got the team like with 3 months left, and they pumped money into the team, bought a few players, not a ton of money, but like, they got some guys who were like, at the end of they were never going to make it to the Premier League, and like paid them a lot of money to come over for what they were doing, and they nearly got promoted the first year, but then the next year they either came in second or won, and the next year they won every single year. Get up there, yeah. They're the champion.
Because didn't they buy, like, the team was like garbage, right? And they bought
Yeah,
it for,
the
like,
team was nearly bankrupt, and I think at the time it was during the pandemic too. But I think this whole thing, if I remember how that tells the story, is that he wanted to get a team, he was a researching team prior to the pandemic, and then the pandemic kind of exacerbated a lot of teams. So this team in particular just had a whole bunch of problems. It was really interesting because it was like it was owned by somebody that was fairly successful locally. Then some local corporation bought it and essentially just used it for marketing. Then they sold the stadium to someone or some entity. So they were leasing it, and they were going to tear it down and move the team, and it was like this whole shit show. And essentially,
Is it in Ireland or in England?
it's in England. It's in England. And essentially, in England, soccer teams are like a protected asset, right? Which is kind of romantic in a way. So the community ended up bailing the team out because it was going so poorly, but they couldn't like keep going. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know. Like I mean, I did know this, but there's Premier League teams that are largely publicly owned, and so the public, like they choose who the president's going to be, things like that. They choose who the board members are going to be. It's not like just somebody can just have a bunch of money and buy it, right?
Right.
Yeah, and the finances are all overseen. It's like a full thing. There's a good story on the Glazers when they bought Manchester United 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, 20 years ago. That was a really good article at the time. But anyway, yeah, so they bought the team and essentially just started pumping money into it. They reacquired the stadium. They've been putting, they've been trying to resurrect the stadium in little bits and pieces. What do they call it? There's like soccer stadiums are different. They build things differently than they do here. Like we build like one encompassing thing. There, essentially, the football stadium is connected to the road, and there's like a bar. There's this big bar and stuff like that. So you can't just like build the stadium and just get rid of this 500-year-old building. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
So the building's there, and they've been trying to build out around that stadium and replace the sides slowly. I think they've done a couple of them.
Yeah.
But it's like it's really just fucking interesting, like how it all works. Cool. They've been very, very thoughtful about all the things that they've been doing.
and maritime security, tangible and meaningful contributions. We urge all countries to shoulder their responsibility to this end. Secondly, Mr. President, we need to look at maritime security in a holistic way. Challenges are often linked to onshore instability in coastal states, including poverty, law enforcement challenges, and climate change. The UN is the best framework to address these issues in a comprehensive way. For example,
Yeah. It's still there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that it? You're right. It's right there. It's got to come this way.
But I mean, the amount that you want, it's a lot. Okay. And all the different stuff you're doing. So that's good. Well, okay.
All right, guys, we are live right here on our Live Now from Fox stream as we continue to follow the very latest developments in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. This is day 7. Testimony continues at this hour. 12:03 p.m. Eastern, 9:03 Pacific. And this just in, we just updated, the side panel that we have here. But Sean Diddy Combs, a former personal assistant, now dismissed as Cassie's mother is taking the stand. She is expected to testify against Combs. Her daughter, Cassie, finished her testimony on May 16th. There was a lot of explosive testimony from Cassie, as she was the star witness in this case. But to talk more about what we can expect, I did want to bring in Randy Zellin, who's an attorney right here. Randy, we appreciate you joining us here on our Live Now for Fox YouTube stream. So I want to ask you this. Cassie's mom now taking the stand to testify on behalf of her daughter. What are we expecting from her testimony? No doubt she's going to corroborate what Cassie shared with the jurors.
Well, I think that you really have to distinguish between a lawyer's analysis of evidence and a layperson's analysis of evidence. From a legal standpoint, I have a difficult time imagining what the relevance is of mom's testimony. I don't believe that mom was present for any of the freak-offs, and I say that I shouldn't be laughing when I say it, but again, I don't know what personal knowledge she might have. I don't believe she's going to be testifying that she was physically present, again, in all seriousness, during any of the commercial sex activities. I don't think that she was present for any conversations which would be relevant to the question of, was Mr. Combs running a criminal enterprise? Was Mr. Combs forcing, coercing, or physically being violent with women in particular to force them to perform sex acts either for money or for some other benefit? And I don't know that she was present for any conversations where prostitutes were being brought across state lines for purposes of engaging in prostitution, because those are the charges. Again, he is not being charged with being a violent animal. He's not being charged with assaulting Cassie Ventura or anyone else for that matter. Those are state charges that are not before this jury. These are complicated, federal, intellectually challenging charges. They're not cut and dry. You intended to punch me, and you did punch me, and you caused me to suffer physical injury. That's an assault. That's not what we're talking about here. So I think that the mom's testimony, to borrow a phrase, is probably a lot more sizzle than steak.
Yeah, so let's talk about that, because from the standpoint of the federal charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing, it has nothing to do with, like what you pointed out, domestic violence. You know, and it was even the strategy of his defense attorneys to say, hey, look, he wasn't perfect. Yes, he was a violent offender, but that's not what he's being tried on. So when you're talking about more sizzle than steak, is it a waste of time to bring Cassie's mom to testify if the jury really isn't going to be able to use that when it comes to deciding whether to acquit or to find Sean Diddy Combs guilty?
It can certainly backfire on the government, because if I were the defense, and any talented lawyer would recognize and embrace the lack of relevance of mom's testimony and essentially say, I understand what the government is trying to do here. They are playing upon your sympathy. They are pulling on your heartstrings. They bring a mom in. Mom knows that her daughter, her flesh and blood, has suffered from horrific abuse, but that is not what my client is on trial for. And really, you should look at mom's testimony as code speak for the government really not having enough evidence to convict my client of sex trafficking, to convict my client of a Mann Act violation, which again is bringing prostitutes across state lines. Not enough evidence to convict my client of running a criminal enterprise, a RICO charge. So instead of bringing you evidence to satisfy the government's burden of proof, they want you to feel badly. They want you to get emotional. They want you to get angry at my client. Don't be fooled by that. Don't be taken in on that, taken in by that. You have a right to demand that the government present to you evidence sufficient for you to find beyond a reasonable doubt that my client is guilty of each of the three charges. And by bringing in witnesses like mom, what the government is saying to you is, we really don't have it.
I mean, Randy, just from what you shared with us from that defense attorney perspective, that's a very sound argument. If you're trying to make the case in front of the jury saying, hey, look, they're trying to divert your attention. This is like a sleight of hand trick, if you will. And they're trying to put your focus on something that's absolutely irrelevant. I would have to imagine, though, the prosecutors know this. So why would they try and perhaps dilute their own case? Is there a bigger strategy that perhaps we're not seeing, or is this just a fumble on their end?
No, it is not a fumble. It is playing the hand that the government has been dealt with. And the government recognizes that it does not have the ability to pursue what would be the most readily provable charges against Mr. Combs. Again, like assault-related behavior, charges that we would typically find in a state case if Alvin Bragg were prosecuting this case. So the government gets dealt a hand. Now they have to play it. And I think what they do with witnesses like mom is to present to the jury the overarching theme of the violence, the overarching theme of the coercion, of the duress, of the stress, of a relationship where Miss Ventura is, for all intents and purposes, a slave. And it will be up to the defense to remind the jury, hey, wait a second. I know that sounds great, but let's go back and read the text messages. Let's go back and watch the videos. Does that look like a slave? What? A slave that's been in a relationship for 10 years, a slave that's actually calling for, inviting, begging, and pleading for a freak off? Again, to your point, this is a diversion. It is a distraction. It is the government's way of kind of hoping that the jury will overlook the lack of evidence to go to each of the elements and instead just be sufficiently angry and sufficiently disgusted by Mr. Combs, where they look at the case and say, all right, we have the right guy. So if we don't have the wrong case, no big deal.
So I want to ask you this because we've been, updating our viewers right here about the testimony that we just heard from David James. He's the former personal assistant of Sean Diddy Combs. He was talking about, kind of setting the scene in hotel rooms for freak-offs, purchasing some of these items with his own credit card, stating that he felt beholden to Sean Diddy Combs because he claims that Combs had a video of him, an embarrassing video of him dancing, and he felt like Combs was using that as kind of a potential blackmail tool. Any of that testimony, does that strengthen the prosecution's case? Or again, to your point, it's kind of like this diversion tactic that, it paints a picture, but it's not necessarily towards the charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing?
What we are talking about now is the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence would be that I was told that there was going to be a freak off. I was brought into a room and a gun was put to my head. And the person holding the gun said, "You better go in and have sex with people or I'm going to kill you." That goes to the issue of, was I forced to engage in a sex act? And now, of course, was that a sex act for purposes of sex trafficking? That would be direct evidence. Now, we have something called circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is where I didn't see something, I didn't hear something, I don't have direct evidence of, for example, criminal offense conduct. But what we can do is we can take one fact, and then we can start linking other facts to get to the conclusion that we want, which is, again, the criminal offense conduct. The classic example that a judge gives in explaining to a jury the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence is simply, I am in an office with windows. I look outside. I see that it's raining. I have direct evidence that it's raining. Now, let's say I'm in an office with no windows. I cannot see what the weather is outside, but someone walks into my office wearing a raincoat that is wet, holding an umbrella that is wet. While I didn't see whether it's raining out or not, I have no direct evidence that it's raining. By looking at the wet raincoat, looking at the wet umbrella, I can reasonably infer and exclude any other possibility to sometimes what people call a moral certainty. That the only thing that could be doing outside is that it's raining. So that would be circumstantial proof of rain. That's what the government is trying to do, in my opinion, here by bringing in this really extrinsic proof of, oh, I had to go buy this and I had to go do that because he had a video of me, or, oh, I had to go do this and I had to go buy that because I'm not going to get my record deal if I don't do it. It isn't necessarily direct evidence of, and again, let's be clear here. The most important charge for the government, the most frightening charge for Mr. Combs is the sex trafficking charge, which is that he forced or coerced or engaged in fraudulent activity to get other people to engage in commercial sex acts.
So, Randy, I want to ask you this. So we just got an update from court. Obviously, no cameras allowed inside, but it says that Cassie's mom, Regina Ventura, testified that Combs demanded $20,000 from the family back in 2011. The jury was shown an email, this says, from Cassie to her mother. And in that email, Cassie says that Diddy would release 2 sex tapes. The email also claims that Diddy would have someone hurt her and rapper Kid Cudi, who she was seeing at the time. So, when we take a look at that, and then it goes on to say that the mom claims that they took a home equity loan to pay off Diddy. What does that testimony, kind of show or prove, if anything?
Well, I think the difficulty here, once again, is technically speaking, legally speaking, that doesn't necessarily prove fraud or force or coercion, to get Ms. Ventura to engage in a commercial sex act. It could be force or coercion for something else. And that is exactly what the defense is going to argue. Again, the defense must embrace that Mr. Combs is really a horrible, horrible, horrible human being. He is an animal. He is a monster. He is a disgusting human being that you should want to vomit at the sight of him. However, that's not what he's charged with. He is charged with very specific, very discreet, very technical criminal offense conduct. And what you just heard is not evidence of any of what he's been charged with. And again, what the government is doing is they are unable to deliver the goods. So what they'll do is they'll try to get you to buy something else. It's kind of like walking into a store and there's a particular shirt that you came in there to buy. And the store is out of that shirt, but the store tries to sell you a different kind of shirt. Well, no, I don't want a different kind of shirt. I want the shirt that I want. The jury has a right to demand of the government. You've got to provide me with evidence going to the elements of each of the crimes that this man is on trial for, not some other crimes, even if they're horrific, even if this guy is a piece of crap. No, give me the shirt that I came in to buy, or I'm leaving. And that is where I believe the government is going to have an issue with. Knowing the defense counsel as I do, I know that they are going to bring that jury home with, I know what you're thinking, I know how you feel. But we are a nation of laws, and there are very specific laws here. And you promised that you would follow the law without fear, without favor, without emotion. And ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the judge instruct you on each of the laws that my client is accused of breaking, you're going to have no choice, if you keep your promise, no choice but to find that the government has not met its burden. They may have proven something else, but that's not what we're here for.
So let's recap for our viewers the charges, including sexual assault, sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, and racketeering, very serious charges. So from the testimony that has been shared already, is there anything that has come up that you feel strongly supports these charges, or do you think that a lot of the testimony just kind of paints him as the monster, but not necessarily guilty on these counts that he is charged with?
I think right now, if the case were over, Mr. Combs is not guilty of sex trafficking. I'm not sure yet whether or not enough evidence has been presented that he arranged for people to cross state lines in order to engage in prostitution. That would be the Mann Act count. And right now, I think it's way over the jury's head. It is way outside of their pay grade to be able to understand whether or not Mr. Combs engaged in the running of a criminal enterprise, which was essentially in business to have people engage in prostitution, have people engage in sex trafficking and other criminal offense conduct. So right now, I think he walks on the trafficking. I think that the Mann Act right now, I think the government is getting there. And on the RICO, I just think it's way too complicated. This is not an organized crime case. And I think the jury's going to have a difficult time saying, yes, he engaged in this criminal enterprise that was basically set up and designed to commit all of these horrible freak-offs and other related atrocities. And quite frankly, if I'm Mr. Combs and I'm the defense team, the only count I really care about is the sex trafficking count, because that is the minimum mandatory 15-year sentence. That's 180 months. That is a mandatory minimum. In other words, Mr. Combs, on his best day, if he's convicted of sex trafficking, is not going to be eligible to get out much before his 70th birthday. and that's at a minimum. It can go all the way up to life. And if he is convicted of sex trafficking, based upon the allegations here, I don't see the court sentencing him to the minimum.
You know, it's so interesting, Randy. And again, there's so much that goes into what, you know, the government decides to proceed with. Obviously, I would imagine, they thought long and hard about what they wanted to charge him with. But, you know, from what you're saying, it doesn't look like a lot of these charges may hold weight. Why did they go ahead with these particular charges and perhaps not lesser ones that they could more easily prove?
Because there are a lot less charges, a lot less offense conduct in the United States Code for this kind of fact pattern than there would be in a state case. A state case would have been a lot simpler. A state case would have been a lot more efficient, a lot cleaner, a lot quicker. But there was no state case here, ostensibly because of the statute of limitations, which now leaves the government to come in federally. And now the federal government has to find charges that fit. And it's kind of putting on a pair of pants that really don't fit. They're too tight. And you kind of just say to yourself, all right, well, I will just breathe easy, or I won't eat a lot, or I will not tuck my shirt in. But it's still going to be uncomfortable, though the government does have one more arrow in its quiver. And it's one of the unique oddities, one of the horrible things about being a defense attorney and being a defendant in a federal case. It's called the acquitted conduct rule. And it sounds just like what it is, which is even if Mr. Combs were to be acquitted on 2 of the counts and convicted of 1, let's assume he's convicted of the Mann Act. He's convicted of bringing prostitutes across state lines to engage in prostitution. And he's acquitted of the other counts. Even though he's acquitted, if he's convicted of anything, the court is allowed to consider the evidence and determine whether or not the proof was not beyond a reasonable doubt, but by what we call a preponderance of the evidence. In other words, the scale tips from 50-50 to 51-49. If the court finds that the scales tip 51-49, it finds by a preponderance of the evidence that there was proof that Mr. Combs engaged in the acquitted conduct, the court can consider those charges in fashioning a sentence.
Oh, wow. So if there's a preponderance of evidence, they could still consider what? Convicting him, finding him guilty?
Not convicting him, no. It's a sentence.
Sentencing, okay.
Judge
Interesting.
He'd have to be convicted of something. If he's convicted, let's say, of the Mann Act violation, which doesn't carry with it a minimum mandatory, the judge can consider the acquitted conduct. Let's say he's acquitted of the sex trafficking. He's acquitted of the RICO. The judge can still consider whether or not there was enough evidence, but by what we call a preponderance of the evidence. And if the judge finds a preponderance of the evidence, the judge can use that in considering sentencing for Mr. Combs.
Wow.
It's really, it from a defense standpoint, it's a horrible thing. Imagine you run the table on everything but 1 count. You still have to explain to your client you can get slaughtered at sentencing because of the acquitted conduct rule. It's one of the difficulties when you talk to a client about going to trial in a federal case on a multi-count case. Clients got to understand you really need to run the table, because if you don't, you may end up in the same crappy position you'd be in if you had been convicted of everything, where you're only convicted of one thing.
That's so interesting. You know, I don't think a lot of people really even know that that exists. So how common, I'm just curious, how common does that happen? Or how often does that happen, Randy?
A lot. It's happened to me. I have had multi-count indictments where I have beaten a number of counts and was convicted. The client was convicted of 1 count, and the judge was able to look back and say, okay, let's look at the evidence on the acquitted conduct. And yes, I find that there was a preponderance of the evidence, and now that's going to be a factor at sentencing. So it is a very, very common thing that happens at sentencing.
Wow. Well, that is going to be very interesting to see what happens. You know, Randy, before we let you go, anything else that you're keeping a really close eye on, anything that has popped out to you as we are now in day 7 of the testimony? Again, this is expected to last as long as 8 weeks. I mean, anything that you are focused on right now?
I think with the passage of time, I think the question for everyone is going to be, is the case getting stronger for the government, or is the case getting stronger for the defense? Are we seeing more and more of this other stuff where it's kind of like, if I'm wearing a hat, it looks like I have hair because I have hair over here and I have hair in the back, and as long as I don't take my hat off, you really don't know what kind of head of hair I have until I take it off. So here is the jury basically being sold Randy wearing a hat. And yeah, Randy has a full head of hair when Randy really doesn't. So that's what I'm most curious to see as the case drags on. Is the case getting better for the government, or is it getting weaker for the government? And do people still have the same level of interest, or are people losing interest? Because if people are losing interest, the jury may be losing interest.
Randy, I love your analogies. I think that so often, legalese kind of goes over people's head. It's so complicated, which is why you spend so much time in school and studying. But the way that you boil it down to, things that we can understand, it's extremely helpful. We appreciate you hopping on right here as we continue our around-the-clock coverage of this trial, and no doubt we're gonna see more of you as we continue our coverage. So we appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And this is a live look right here of the skyline right there of New York City as we continue our coverage, and to just give you some updates right here as we get them in, because the mother of Cassie Ventura now testifying in front of the jury right here. So I'm just going to read out the very latest right here. This is from Fox News. So Cassie's parents, they showed up at this New York City courthouse today in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. The mom, Regina Ventura, taking to the stand to testify against Diddy. This comes after Cassie, her daughter, spent 4 days last week testifying about the alleged abuse that she endured during her on and off 10-year relationship with Combs. She testified about the freak-offs she was allegedly forced to participate in by the Raptor. She also testified that Diddy was abusive during these alleged freak-offs, kicking, punching, running the gamut. And the jury did have some reaction when listening to her testimony. They also saw some videos. They also saw some photographs of the alleged injuries that she sustained at the hand of Sean Diddy Combs, and bruises and, swollen lips and such. She finished her testimony on May 16th. So that was Friday. Cassie is expecting her 3rd child, and the judge was very worried that she would give birth, and that would cause some legal complications if she wasn't able to conclude her testimony, if she had to go to the hospital and deliver her child. And so the judge did tell the defense that they would have to wrap up the cross-examination on Friday, which they did. Diddy's trial is expected to last 8 weeks. So on the stand right now is Cassie's mom, Regina Ventura. She is testifying that she, quote, memorialized Cassie's bruises that she allegedly received from Combs. The jury was shown photos of bruises that Cassie had, and her mom testified that she took those photos. She was the one to take the photos to make sure that they were remembered forever. The mom, Regina, confirming that Cassie confessed. She said that Cassie told her that Combs did beat her, and then the jury was showed more photos of Cassie's bruises. Cassie's mom confirmed that she learned of these alleged beatings back in 2011, testifying that she had previously read an allegation that Diddy hit Cassie in a blog she called her daughter, but that is when Cassie denied it. Also, part of this testimony happening right now is that Cassie's mom testified that Combs demanded $20,000 from the family that year in 2011. The jury was shown an email from Cassie to her mother 2 days before Christmas, December 23rd. In that email, Cassie said that Sean Diddy Combs would release 2 sex tapes. It also said that Sean Diddy Combs would have someone hurt her and rapper Kid Cudi, someone she was dating at the time. And the mom said she was physically ill. She didn't understand a lot of it. She claimed that, she was bewildered by these sex tapes, but she understood, she said, that Sean Diddy Combs was allegedly going to hurt her daughter and wanted the $20,000. She says this is what she understood that to mean, because he wanted to recoup the money that he spent on Cassie. And it was expected, according to testimony, that the money would come from Cassie's mom and her husband. So Cassie's mom claims that they took out a home equity loan to pay off Sean Diddy Combs. She received wiring instructions. She then wired the money from her checking account to the bad boy account. And then about 4 or 5 days later, that money was returned. So Cassie's mom said she didn't have a conversation with Diddy about the money, and she doesn't have a copy of those wiring instructions, but says, quote, "I was scared for my daughter's safety." That is a quote that she told Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson right there. Now, earlier, the person who took the stand before Cassie's mom was Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant. This is David James, and he was there for a second time to finish testifying in the rapper's sex trafficking trial. He began his testimony yesterday and then continued through this morning. He testified that he worked for Sean Diddy Combs from 2007 to 2009. So when he was on the stand, he recalls 2 conversations he had with Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie. He remembers sitting at Sean Diddy Combs' Miami home smoking cigarettes with Cassie and her friend Carrie Morgan, recalling Cassie saying, "Man, this lifestyle is crazy." And according to James, he told Cassie to get out, but she said that she couldn't because Diddy controlled so much of her life. James also testified that he overheard a conversation while he was in the car with Combs in New York City. A business associate had asked about Kim Porter, who was Diddy's former wife, and Cassie, claiming Diddy replied, "Cassie is good. I've got her right where I want her." And then today he continued his testimony, testifying about an alleged run-in with Combs' competitor, Suge Knight. This is, West Coast versus East Coast hip hop. James told the jury that he allegedly also walked in on Cassie, Sean Diddy Combs, and another man at a hotel, and also testified how he would prepare Diddy's hotel rooms for the rapper's alleged freak-offs, although he says he was not aware that the freak-offs were actually happening. So a lot happening right now on the stand as we continue our live updates right here on our Live Now from Fox YouTube. And I'm actually heading over there right now. We see a lot of conversation happening with our viewers. So we appreciate you taking the time. And you know what? We like to interact with our viewers. So if you're watching us on this live YouTube stream, we do have a line of experts, more attorneys. We appreciate Randy Zellin joining us. I mean, he had some really interesting insight into all of this. But we have a lineup of experts who are going to be joining me. So if you have a question, put it in the chat, because we want to get all of those questions answered. I know earlier I was monitoring the chat, and a lot of questions had to do with the psychology of the relationship. Was it consensual? Was it non-consensual? What does this mean when it comes to those charges? We're going to be bringing on a psychiatrist coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern time to kind of address all of that. But if you have like a legal question and you're wondering, why is this? Why is that? We want to make sure that we get those answered for you. One of the questions that a lot of people had was, why is this in federal court? And Randy answered that. This is something really interesting. It's because of the statute of limitations had run out on the state level. And so the federal government then took up the case. However, the charges that they can hand down differ from the state level. And so Randy was explaining, you know, they had to work with what they had, which is why we have some of these charges right here that don't seem to fit. Randy used the analogy of trying to get into a pair of pants that don't really fit. You're trying to make it work. You're trying to, you know, suck in your stomach. You're trying to like wiggle into it, and it's still not comfortable. Well, that's what he says the federal government is trying to do with the charges that they have, is that they don't necessarily fit perfectly with this case, but they're trying to make it work. And that is the challenge that the prosecution is facing, because it doesn't fit neatly. The sexual assault, the sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, racketeering, these are not necessarily the charges that they would want to use, but this is what they have to work with. And what he's saying is it's going to be very interesting, because at this point in time, according to Randy Zellen, the defense seems to have the upper hand, especially when you have testimony from people such as Cassie's mom, you know, where it's more emotional. And again, jurors cannot take into consideration emotion. That is not when it comes to convicting someone or finding them not guilty. It has to be about the facts, not the emotion. And the defense really has played into that, admitting that Sean Diddy Combs isn't perfect. He is a violent person. He has physically abused individuals, but he did not take part in the crimes that he is charged with. So it's all very interesting right here. And we want to put up a QR code right here for you. Working the soundboard right here. All right. So here we go. So there is a QR code right there on your screen. Scan that and send us your questions. What questions do you have about the Diddy trial? We want to know. So I've been monitoring the live chat, but it's also easier if you just want to directly send them to us right here. Just scan that QR code right there on your screen, and we are going to get them answered for you. We appreciate you joining us right here. Day 7. And this is supposed to last 8 weeks or so. I'm very curious because Cassie, of course, has been billed as the star witness. She has concluded her testimony. You know, we don't really know exactly who is going to take the stand. We knew some of them, but you know, who else is going to show up in these 8 weeks? It's going to be very interesting to see. And also, will the prosecution ramp up and strengthen their case, or is it going to continue to be watered down? I mean, that's a question. Andy, you want a shout out? You get a shout out. I see that you wanted one right there. So we appreciate you taking the time to give us your thoughts right there. You know, some other people, yes, you know, Agape Love, you say the Punisher is going to be on the stand. So we're keeping a close eye on all of these things right here. And we're just going to refresh because this is federal court, no cameras, unfortunately, allowed inside. But, you know, we're keeping a very close eye on all of this. Yes, you are right, Agape Love. The male escort, the Punisher, now on the stand. His full name is Sharay Hayes, but he went by the nickname of the Punisher. He's taking the stand. So Cassie's mom has left the stand. She testified about the alleged blackmail of Cassie and the family, along with the first time that she learned, she says, that Diddy was assaulting her daughter. So right now on the stand, the male escort, claiming that he was hired in late 2012 to create a sexy scene for Diddy and Cassie. That's his testimony. He says that he communicated with Cassie, who used the name Janet to set up the meeting. So the party that he was originally hired for, this is according to his testimony, was supposed to begin at midnight. It got pushed back to 2 a.m. The male escort, Hayes, testified that he claimed the party was Trump Tower, Central Park West in New York City. He thought he was going to be working for a small group of friends. So according to his testimony, this is the male escort known as the Punisher on the stand right now. Cassie greeted him, he says, when he arrived, inviting him into the hotel suite. And he says, I was expecting a crowd. So according to Hayes, Cassie said that she did not want him to dance, but instead explained that she and her husband liked to create a scene where they applied baby oil while her husband watched. And Hayes says that after she explained what she wanted, he handed him cash totaling $800, and that he continued that he was specifically told not to look at her husband and not to acknowledge him. So currently on the stand right now is the male escort known as the Punisher. Now, we've been hearing from previous testimony, of course, going back to this live look right here of New York City as we continue day 7. We've heard that Diddy, according to Cassie while she was on the stand, had asked her to find these male escorts. And so Diddy, she says, she was put in charge of finding these escorts, including the Punisher right there. So interesting. That is what is happening live on the stand right now, is testimony from this male escort. We knew that he was going to take the stand. We knew this yesterday. So this didn't come as a surprise to us. But it is going to be interesting to see just how long, he is going to be testifying right here. And also, the reasons why. I mean, again, we're continuing to look at the charges specifically that Diddy has been charged with right here: sexual assault, sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, and racketeering. So the prosecution trying to have their line of questioning to support these charges. And so it's going to be interesting to see, what that line of questioning is and how the cross-examination pushes back on that. We're continuing to get some of these updates. We're just, refreshing all of this as we continue. So we appreciate you joining us right here. But if you're just joining us, Cassie's mom has now stepped down from the stand, and now the male escort, the Punisher, testifying right here about the alleged freak-offs that he says that he was hired for. So we're hearing a little bit more about that. But, one has to imagine that this would have to do with some of those charges, including potentially sex trafficking, drugging, and coercion. And in all, there's 8 counts. A lot more specific allegations, including drugging victims and orchestrating these freak-off parties and such. So we're continuing to keep an eye on this. We did earlier have a live look from outside the courthouse itself. We are expecting to get another live look. Unfortunately, right now, we don't have one, which is why you're looking at a skyline of New York City, but at least we do have that. It does look like to be a beautiful day right there. So we also have another question that we want to bring you, and that is this: do you think Diddy will testify in the sex trafficking trial? Right there, you can scan the QR code if you would want to do so, to throw your opinion into the ring right here. Right now, 100% of you say, I do not think he will testify. That is what defense attorneys want. They do not want their clients to testify because you never know what might come out of the person's mouth. But we have seen, some defendants testify on their own behalf. And so it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of people are curious and would want to know what Sean Diddy Combs has to say, but likely not a good idea legally for him. So we're going to see. Okay, so 33% of you say you do think that Diddy is going to testify. So it is going to be interesting. All of the experts that I have been speaking with say he probably wants to share his own side of the story, but they would advise their clients to absolutely not do that either. Also want to let you know that coming up in just about 15 minutes, we have another interview. This time we're going to be speaking with Larry Neumeister. He is a reporter with the Associated Press. He is actually there in New York City. So I want to ask him a lot of questions about what it's like to be inside the courtroom. This is really interesting. So if you have a specific question for Larry, put it in the chat right here. So, Steven Stacks, you do believe that he will testify. It's interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see whether, Steve, you are right. I don't know. 20% of you right now say yes, and 80% say no. So we are working to get an interview up for you right there as we continue our live coverage right here. And you know what? I love this because it's on the fly. You know, we're here right alongside with you. You know, we're in this car together, so to speak, as, you know, we're taking a live look of the skyline right there. You know, what's interesting is if you're watching us on our YouTube page, you know, you are seeing this question right here. Do you think Diddy will testify in the sex trafficking trial? And, you know, 88% of you say no. Abdullah, you also say no. Sheikh, KR1, you say Diddy won't and shouldn't testify. And, you know, Sheikh, that's something that defense attorneys agree with you on. They say that no one should testify on their own behalf because that could be very dangerous for them right here. All right, so we do have a brief report actually from our Fox 5 New York team that I did want to get to right now. And we like to bring you those as well because we are covering it from all angles. We have boots on the ground right there from our Fox 5 team. And so we did want to share that with you. And we're just going to transition to that as we continue our live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, our streaming on our YouTube. Let's transition to this package.
A former Bad Boy Records employee on the stand today in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial testifying about drugs that he says he witnessed and things that he was required to do to set up so-called freak-offs. Fox 6's Richard Giacobbe is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with more details of the testimony playing out on the stand right now. Richard.
Bianca, these words, "This is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it," were spoken by the Vice President of Human Resources for Bad Boy Records back in 2007 to Sean Diddy Combs' then personal assistant, David James, who just wrapped up his testimony, becoming emotional recalling that exchange on the first day he was interviewed for the job back in 2007. It was a stint that lasted about 2 years. James arriving in federal court this morning, he testified today about seeing Combs allegedly attack his personal chef as well as the rap mogul's drug use, claiming that Combs used drugs every day. James also talked about being required to set up Combs' hotel rooms with about 40 different skincare products, thousands of dollars in cash, and 25 to 30 different pill bottles. He also testified that he once walked in on a freak-off. Remember that obtaining and distributing narcotics, that's among the alleged racketeering acts in the prosecution's indictment of this case. Federal prosecutors are also trying to prove that Combs' violence would coerce Cassie Ventura to freak-offs with male escorts. One of those escorts, who Ventura claimed was the Punisher, will testify today, as well as Cassie Ventura's mother. Now, Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, she was also seen walking in and has just taken the stand a few moments ago, and she told so far the prosecution that she can confirm that Sean Diddy Combs did in fact date her daughter and that she saw less of her once she moved out to L.A. and was living with him throughout that time. Of course, there'll be a lot more unraveling today in court. For now, we're outside a federal court in Lower Manhattan. Richard Giacobbe, Fox 5 News. Bianca.
All right, so we did want to share that with you as we continue our coverage, and we appreciate Fox 5 New York for providing that up-to-date coverage for us. On the left-hand side of your screen, you do have some information. We are continuing to update that, and so we are going to have more information about the male escort who is currently on the stand right now, known as the Punisher. But we did ask, you know, if you could send us some of your questions right here, and I did write one down. Douglas Madre Jr., a.k.a. DJ, you said, my question is, can they also subpoena the celebrities that were named in the trial? So, you know, that's a question that I'll be asking. I have to imagine, though, that they're only going to be subpoenaing people that are able to you know, support, you know, the prosecutors, because you may remember that one of the Danity Kane members had mentioned that she was not going to be testifying right here. Now, Don Richard did testify yesterday, but Aubrey O'Day, she was one of the members of Danity Kane, which is the girl group that Sean Diddy Combs created for making of the band. She says that she would not be testifying. She has not yet been subpoenaed. So That is a great question. How do people become subpoenaed? Why are they subpoenaed? That's a great question, DJ, that, you know, we'll be asking our attorneys in terms of what is the reasoning, what is the thinking, what is the decision making behind all of this. You have to imagine that there is a lot of strategy. There is a lot of intent, both on the side of the defense and the prosecution. They're just not making these decisions because they feel like it. They're making these decisions because they believe that it will help them in one way or another. So we are waiting on Larry Neumeister to join us right here, and he's actually probably still in court, perhaps hopping out right now to join us right here. But you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Sharay Hayes, the exotic dancer known as the Punisher. He's currently testifying. I'm just going to refresh all of my information right here to see what else we can share with you. So as we have shared already, he is claiming that he was hired in late 2012 to create a, quote, sexy scene for Diddy and Cassie. That is what he shared, talking about how he communicated with Cassie, who used a pseudonym of Janet, and said that he paid her $800 in cash. That's the latest information that we have right here. Continuing our live coverage, though, and as you know, these updates come in, you know, periodically right here. But former Danity Kane singer Dawn Richard testified against Sean Diddy Combs. She finished up her testimony yesterday, you know, talking about how she says she witnessed some of the abuse against Cassie, how, you know, she was afraid to speak out. We also heard from Cassie's former best friend, and one of the more notable points of the testimony was after the infamous hotel incident where it was captured on video. The former best friend says that they went back to Cassie's apartment, and she says that Sean Diddy Combs followed and started banging on her front door with a hammer. So all of this testimony right here. But again, to Randy Zellin's point, the criminal defense attorney that joined me just about an hour ago, it doesn't matter what the testimony is if it does not support the charges. And that is what the jurors care about. That's the only thing that the jurors can care about. It doesn't matter how much of a monster, you know, Sean Diddy Combs is made out to be if it doesn't support those claims, those charges. And so the defense really trying to poke holes in that, saying, hey, look, you know, the prosecution is trying to distract you with all of this other testimony, which really doesn't prove anything. So it is going to be interesting, especially we're talking 8 weeks. We're in day 7. There's a lot more testimony to come. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of today. And of course, in the coming days as well. We are still waiting for Larry Neumeister to join us right here via Zoom. He's actually in Manhattan. He has been following all of the trial, actually in the courtroom. And I think what's so frustrating, I think for so many of us, is that we don't see any of this. You know, we only hear about it through the live reporting from all of the journalists who are inside the room. Because this is a federal courthouse, you're not allowed any electronic devices inside the courthouse. In fact, you know, when I've covered federal cases, you have to lock your phone in a locker before you can enter in, or you don't even bother bringing it in the first place. You leave it in your car, you leave it with your photographer. So there is no way electronically to communicate with the outside world. You use a pen and pencil and your notepad, you jot down notes, and that's the only way, unless you memorize everything, that you can get that information. Then you literally have to walk out of the courtroom and hand that information to someone else. So there's no immediate way of getting that information. That is at the federal level. And so it's very interesting, you know, a lot different when it comes to, you know, other courthouses where you are allowed cameras. You can bring your laptops in. You can bring your phones in, and so you can tweet. You can live update on your laptop. Not the case here. So we are reliant on people physically leaving that courtroom, handing that information over, and it's likely that Larry perhaps is trying to make his way in right here. So we have some new updates, speaking of which, according to the male escort right here, continuing to testify, he described the hotel room that he rendezvoused with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. He says the room was dimly lit. He says that Sean Diddy Combs wore a veil covering his face during this first sex session. He testified that all the furniture was covered with sheets. There were little bowls of water with bottles of baby oil around. The male escort also says that he walked out of the bathroom wearing a towel, and there was rubbing of baby oil. And then he says that this man walked into the room, his face covered by a veil, and he was not wearing clothes, and just started pacing back and forth and then sitting at a table for some time. The male escort saying that all of this lasted about 25 to 45 minutes. It ended when the man left the room, and Cassie followed. And then Cassie gave him some money, about $1,200. So Hayes says he didn't know who the man was at the time. He says he later learned it was Sean Diddy Combs when he was contacted for a similar act. And he says that he had about 8 to 12 encounters with Cassie and Diddy in all. He testified the rapper eventually switched from wearing a veil to wearing a baseball cap. So the question is, and this is something that Randy, and I talked about, Randy being the criminal defense attorney, is what is the point? There is always a point, right? Why is this person on the stand? That is yet to be kind of revealed, if you will, because, just speaking about an alleged incident, what does that point to? So these are also some of the questions that we're going to be asking. And I did want to bring in, I'm just going to mute my mic just for a second, because I do want to give a mic check to Larry Neumeister, who has just joined me right here. He's actually outside the federal courthouse, just setting up. So bear with us. We're going to get him on in just a second as you take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, the very latest information. All right, folks, thanks for bearing with us. We did want to make sure that we got Larry Neumeister, the Associated Press reporter who was actually inside the courtroom. So we appreciate you hanging with us as we continue our live coverage. And so we are going to bring in Larry, who's outside the federal courthouse. It's a windy, beautiful day there in New York City. So Larry, you just walked outside for us, which we appreciate. Okay, give us the details. Set the scene for us right here.
Well, the interesting testimony this morning was from Cassie's mother. Her name is Regina Ventura. Now, Cassie was for nearly 11 years, she dated Combs. And she's really the centerpiece of this entire trial because she alleged that he had her doing all kinds of sexually uncomfortable and wild things, that she just wanted a regular relationship with him. And the prosecutors contend that he would just manipulate people and use his power and his position in the hip hop industry to really make people do whatever they want and put them in fear of what he might do if they didn't do what he wanted. And Cassie had testified that she was threatened, he would threaten her that he would release sex tapes that he had made of her if she didn't do what he wanted. And so today, when her mother testified, she said that in December of 2011, she got an email from her daughter saying that Combs was threatening to release sex tapes and also have her beaten up. And her mother said it scared her. And then she got a communication from Combs himself asking her to deliver $20,000 to him, saying that he had been betrayed by his daughter because she had started dating someone else and another rapper. And so she said she went to her bank and arranged to have a home equity loan drained of $20,000 that she could send him. It was returned a few days later after she sent it, but her testimony was pretty significant. The defense lawyer did not even cross-examine her.
So, Larry, excuse me, why would that be? Why would the defense not cross-examine the mom? Is it that they don't even feel like it's worth it, or that it's just such solid testimony? Is there a reason why?
It wouldn't be because they thought it was just solid testimony. It's more of a strategic thing. Probably they were a little wary that if she was cross-examined, they would go more into the letter or the email that her daughter had written and the things that Combs was threatening, and all of those things would just have reinforced her testimony in the jury's mind and may have opened her up to even more questioning by the prosecutor, because she was only on the stand for about 15-20 minutes. So it was
right
relatively brief testimony.
Yeah, that is very brief. I know that there's a male escort right now on the stand. Before we get to that, though, reporters like yourself, journalists, are the eyes and ears for all of us because no cameras are allowed inside. What was Diddy's demeanor? What does he look like? I mean, we see these skits of white hair, perhaps losing a lot of weight, but does it shock you when you see him in this state? Does he look so different from, all of the videos and the photos that we're used to seeing him?
I'll tell you why I'm not shocked by it. I've been watching the trials in this courthouse for 33 years. And I always see how no matter what someone is charged with, when they are brought before a jury, they are made to look as clean cut as possible. And they have done with, Sean Combs has made a point of being very well behaved in the courtroom. He would come across as more the CEO of his companies, which he was, than someone who would threaten people with violence and Cassie testified that he'd beaten her up a number of times and that violence was always in the picture. If you saw him in the courtroom, you could never imagine that he was someone who would use violence to do anything. He seemed just much more well-behaved, passive. Like I said, more like a company executive than someone who might use violence to get what he wants.
And also, Larry, it's interesting because a lot of his family members have been, showing up in court to support him. We saw his, younger twin daughters. They're no longer in the courtroom. What's their demeanor like? I can't imagine it's easy to hear all of this about a loved one, your father, your son. His mom's been there. What has their demeanor been like, or is it just very stone-faced?
Well, they actually, they for the most part stared straight ahead. On the other side of the aisle, like for instance, during Cassie's testimony, her lawyer was there. She had her husband in the courtroom. So they were on one side. You had Combs' family on the other. They seemed mainly there not to react or, to do anything that the jury might see. It was more to support him during breaks. At one point, I saw him give make the little heart sign with his hands. I can't do that myself, but I know a lot of people
Right,
can.
this.
Yes,
The
yeah,
this,
very
yeah.
good, very good. He did that, and he mouthed thank you to one of his twin daughters one day, and would smile at them, have a little back and forth. He seemed very encouraged that they were there. This week, a lot of them aren't there. Those aisles were filled when Cassie was testifying for 4 days last week. They're not filled now, and might not be perhaps. And I don't know what'll happen when a woman who's going to have similar testimony to Cassie's named. She's going to go by the name Jane, a pseudonym, when she testifies in court because she doesn't want her identity out there. But when she testifies, maybe the family will come back out in force, or maybe for the end of the trial, which is still weeks away. They projected this to be a 2-month trial. We're only in the second week.
Yeah, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Cassie's testimony dominating last week. Right now on the stand, the one of the male escorts, who was allegedly involved in one of these freak-offs. Who else do we expect to testify today? Do you know?
Well, I think these were the main witnesses for today. There'll be several others in the coming days. I don't believe Jane gets on the stand just yet, but her testimony will be the next really big event to happen. But each of these are kind of fascinating in their own way. Like the lawyers for Sean Combs tried to prevent Cassie's mother from testifying today, or certainly to testify about the $20,000 that she sent their way, sent to Combs before he sent it back a few days later. Because I should note, Cassie and Sean Combs were dating again just weeks later because she broke up with the man she was going out with in December 2011 that set Sean Combs into a frenzy. But the lawyers tried to prevent this testimony, saying it was unfair because it illustrated the huge difference in finances between Sean Combs and Cassie and her family. But the judge said because prosecutors tied it to what was an extortion attempt, that she was allowed to testify about it.
So, Larry, I know that you are, going back inside. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'm curious. We would love to have you join us, later on today if you're available, because I think, we're just so intrigued. We want transparency. We want information. You're inside. So we would love to have you back on, just sharing the latest information. I know you got to get back in. We appreciate you stepping out and chatting with us.
But I'd be happy to come back later this afternoon.
Okay, perfect. So for all of our viewers right here, we can expect AP reporter Larry Neumeister to join us once again as we continue our coverage. Larry, thank you so much. We're going to let you get back inside. I know that there's gripping testimony, and we'll catch you a little bit later.
Sure, thanks.
All right. So that was Larry Neumeister right there with the Associated Press. He has been inside all day, and in fact, for the duration of this, and we appreciate him joining. I'm just taking a look again. This is live right here. I did just get an email saying that coming up at 2 o'clock, we do have a criminal defense attorney, Eric Faddis, who could join us in just about 50 minutes or so. And I'm just going to reply right here that'd be great. So many questions that you have been sharing with us, and we do, of course, want to get those answered to you. So as we do right here, you know, we multitask, and no matter where we are, I'm going to just pop this right up. I'm going to send him a Zoom link. This is how we do our interviews right here. And I'm typing as we speak because we are going to set him up for 2 p.m. We're going to be speaking with him, and we do invite you to share all of your questions, whether that is with the QR code that we had previously put up or whether that's some other way. But put it in the live stream if you want to as well, because we would love to have all of those answered for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So that email has been sent. That Zoom link has been issued. We're going to be speaking with Eddie Faddis, who is a criminal defense attorney, coming up in just about 50 minutes or so. We are just going to hang on this live look at downtown New York City for just a moment as we continue our live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Day 7, testimony continues in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. Thanks for staying with us right here on our YouTube stream for our Live Now from Fox coverage of Day 7 as testimony continues in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Mike Page is usually the host. He will be back here later on this week, so I have the pleasure of being with you both today and tomorrow. We were speaking with Larry Neumeister, who was inside the courtroom really throughout this entire trial, and I think one of the questions that we have been very curious about is, you know, what's the mood? What's the demeanor for Sean Diddy Combs? We've gotten those sketches, but I have to tell you, those don't look accurate. You know, this is the artistic license, if you should say so. We don't have any video of Sean Diddy Combs. We don't have any photos of Sean Diddy Combs. So we were talking with Larry, and he was saying, you know, and this plays into the defense's strategy, that Sean Diddy Combs appears as more of the CEO versus the monster that, of course, the prosecutors are painting him as. Very clean cut, very well mannered, you know, using the heart gesture to his family and supporters there, you know, in the courtroom. But again, testimony continuing. Now, Larry was sharing that Cassie's mom was on the stand earlier today. 15 minutes, that's all. And there was even no cross-examination. Now, Larry was saying that it appeared that they didn't want to delve more into the money that Sean Diddy Combs demanded from the mother and her husband on behalf of Cassie. And so they moved quickly along. So right now, and I'm just continuing to refresh because there are no cameras allowed inside, meaning the journalists like Larry, they are our eyes and ears. They are the ones who give us the updates. They are inside without phones, without cameras, without laptops. They are taking notes the old-fashioned way, then exiting the courtroom and joining us live on the air, or they're sending updates. And so there continue to be updates right here. So 2 male escorts in all have been called to testify. You know, the first one that we shared with you he was known as the Punisher. There's also another male escort by the name of Daniel Phillip, who has also been called to testify there. And so we're continuing to follow this. Now, the very latest update still has to do with the testimony from the Punisher. That's the nickname that this male escort was known as. Sharay Hayes is his actual name. He's still there testifying. At least that's the very latest update that we have. Testifying, saying that he was hired for one of Sean Diddy Combs' alleged freak-offs. So he's testifying right now. He claims that Diddy wore a veil covering his face during the first encounter, describing the scene, setting the scene, if you will, describing the hotel room as dimly lit, testifying that all of the furniture was covered with sheets. There were bowls of water with bottles of baby oil. Says that the man came out of, he says that he came out of the bathroom, and that is when baby oil was introduced, and then another person came into the room without clothes, and his face was completely covered by a veil. That is according to the male escort testifying. That male escort says that he later learned that particular individual was Sean Diddy Combs. The entire situation lasting between 25 and 45 minutes, and that is when the male escort says that Cassie allegedly handed him an additional $1,200. And so we are continuing to follow the very latest information with this. Also, Cassie's mother, as we said, took to the stand. Now, the first person who took to the stand today was Sean Diddy Combs' former personal assistant, and he testified. This is the second day that he testified, and he, shared a lot of details in terms of his relationship, his responsibilities with this. He started off, and let's even go back further as we continue to wait on all of this, is that the trial actually was delayed because of some late jurors. 4 jurors were not there when trial was set to resume this morning at 9 a.m. And they were probably late because of train issues. And so the judge actually called a recess until they arrived. And then testimony continued with the former personal assistant. So this all started. So this is testimony from Sean Diddy Combs' former personal assistant saying that Sean Combs searched allegedly through his browsing history after there was a blog that surfaced accusing the rapper of beating Cassie. And so the assistant U.S. attorney was asking the former assistant, David James, about this blog. He says that the rapper checked his history and that Sean Diddy Combs seemed pretty upset. And the former assistant said, yeah, it was jarring having Diddy look through my browsing history, although he did admit that he searched for the blog post and Googled it. He then says that he was the one responsible for setting up the hotel rooms for these alleged freak-offs, saying he didn't book the room. The rooms would already be booked under the name Frank Black. So that is a pseudonym that we've heard from time to time, connected allegedly to Sean Diddy Combs. Now, James said his job would be to advance the hotel room, i.e. making it more comfortable for the rapper. He testified that he would bring a Jordan sweatsuit, underwear, socks, a toiletry bag, applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, vodka, and other food items. Inside the toiletry bag, he says, was a razor and other things, including just for men. So James testified that he would get a key from the front desk. There would always be a medicine bag and other personal items. He was also responsible, he says, for bringing Diddy's Louis Vuitton bag, which contained cash, about $10,000 in cash, as well as the rapper's wallet. And then the medicine bag allegedly contained as many as 30 different pill bottles, including Tylenol, Viagra, ecstasy, and other supplies. He also said that he would go to the pharmacy Duane Reade. Now, if you're from New York, Duane Reade, of course, is kind of like the CVS there, very popular. He would use his own credit card, and then Diddy would allegedly later reimburse him for things like baby oil, Astroglide, condoms, etc. So that was his testimony, and he claims that he actually walked in on one of those alleged freak-offs, although it didn't register to him what he was actually witnessing at the time. It was after all of the things had happened. He also testified about Suge Knight. Now, if you are familiar with hip-hop history, of course, you know East Coast versus West Coast. Sean Diddy Combs, one of the kings of the East Coast crew. Suge Knight, you know, one of the heads of the West Coast crew, and very tense relations, to say the least. So the former personal assistant was saying that there was a run-in with Suge Knight at a diner. He had gone to the diner, he says, with one of Diddy's security guards. They saw Suge Knight. They went back to get Sean Diddy Combs. He says that Sean Diddy Combs came back with 3 handguns, but they did not see Suge Knight at the diner. Combs told the personal assistant to drive around the block. So there was no violence that night. However, the personal assistant testified that he realized, he says, for the first time, that he thought his life was in danger. And he says when they flew back to New York, he gave his 6 months notice. So we are continuing to follow the very latest. I'm just refreshing right here. Also, we do expect them to take a break at some point to get some lunch and to get a breather. I don't see right now that that is happening. It does still appear, at least from the latest information, that the male escort perhaps is still testifying. Continuing to take a look at all of these live feeds right here as we continue to take a look at this. That seems to be the very latest right here, just the male escort detailing some of these encounters that he says that he was involved with. And we do know that another escort is expected to take the stand right here. So I'm just taking a close look at this. It doesn't seem like there is a more recent update. So that's good news. We're on top of all of this, but I did just want to continue taking a look at this as well. We're going to continue to monitor this, and bring you all the latest, just about 30 minutes or so. I am going to be joined by an attorney talking more about some of the questions that you guys might have here. And we're continuing to monitor all of this for you. So we appreciate it. If you're joining us right here on Live Now from Fox on our streaming network, we appreciate that. So much interaction there on our live stream blog. So we appreciate that. A lot of folks chiming in on a number of topics. And, if you're asking some of these questions, we, of course, will work to get an answer for you right here. It's disappointing, I have to say. We used to have a live look right outside the courthouse. That live look has since been dropped, but we are expecting to get back up. I know a lot of you are wondering perhaps why you're taking a look at the skyline right there of New York City. We don't have a closer look. We are expecting it to get back up right here as we continue our coverage. And so, we continue our coverage as well. One of the questions that we did receive right here, and we'll bring this to our attorney coming up in just about 30 minutes. Chaz, thank you for asking this. What does the prosecution need to do in order to prove racketeering? That's a great question. That's something that we'll ask Eddie. While we're waiting, why don't we, because, I think a lot of us don't know necessarily the specific definitions right here. But I did want to bring that to you as we take a look. And let's go to the Legal Information Institute. This is Cornell Law School. So I'm pulling this up from Cornell Law School. And we're going to, answer your question once we have Eddie, one of the attorneys right there. But as we continue to give the latest information on that side panel, I'm reading this from Cornell Law School. Racketeering is a set of illegal activities aimed at commercial profit that may be disguised as legitimate business deals. Racketeering is defined by a coordinated effort by multiple people to repeatedly earn a profit, typically by fraud, extortion, bribery, threats, violence, or other illegal means. Examples of this may include money laundering, drug trafficking, or other forms of organized crime. So it does appear that the prosecution will have to prove that Sean Diddy Combs was part of this. We were speaking with Randy Newland, one of the criminal defense attorneys earlier, and he was saying that the RICO charge, the Racketeer Influenced and Corruption Organization Act, which this is under, it's very hard to prove when it's an individual because it has to do with organized crime or a commercial profit and not necessarily an individual. So that is definitely a question, Chaz, that I will be asking Eddie once he hears on our air in just about 30 minutes time as we continue to monitor these live looks right here. And we are expecting to see some of these live views. I'm taking a look at one of our live feeds that's supposed to come up. And I'm just typing this in because I want to see. So at 3 p.m., this is according to Reuters. So I'm pulling this from Reuters. We are expecting, according to Reuters, that family members and attorneys will depart the trial at approximately 3 p.m. That is when they say court will adjourn, approximately. Of course, as we know, sometimes these can go long. Sometimes we may see that the judge decides to adjourn early. But if you're joining us and you want to know, gosh, when can we expect court to adjourn? According to Reuters, approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about an hour and a half or so. So did want to just make that note. Of course, we're going to continue to stick with our live coverage for as long as court is in session. We do have a number of experts who are set to join us in the coming hours, including Eric Faddis, who is a criminal defense attorney from Colorado, possibly a psychiatrist at 4. Of course, this is all dependent on when, court should adjourn or not. We do want to give you a live picture, of course, and we're still waiting on that. I'm taking a look at all of the sources where we are able to get live feeds, and I don't see any just yet. Always keeping a close eye, so in case anything should change, we of course will bring that to you as soon as we get one right here. But we're going to continue to hang on this. You know what I'm going to do is we have that side panel right here. In addition to bringing you all of the live developments here on air on our streaming, I also update that side panel. And I did want to do that to you as we continue to take a look at this. So here's some new information for you. Right now still on the stand is the male escort, Sharay Hayes, otherwise known as the Punisher. New information from his ongoing testimony. He's still on the stand right now, testifying that the alleged freak-offs would occur every few months, but also saying that each session would last for days. So according to this male escort, he would meet Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs inside New York City hotels, often meeting up at Trump Central Park West, Essex House, or the London Hotel. They would meet between, this is interesting, so I'm reading this directly from Fox News, but 2:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. He says that he would be contacted via phone or text from Cassie, saying one time he got confused because the request came from a different number. Cassie allegedly said that that's because her husband made the initial text, and then he would be contacted the same day. So new information saying that this would happen every few months, but each session would last for days, meeting in the early morning hours from 2:30 a.m., he says, until 11 a.m. So some new information right there. So far, it does not appear that they have adjourned for lunch. It's already 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, so maybe it's a late lunch, although according to Reuters, court's supposed to adjourn at 3. So you have to imagine, maybe they push through. We'll just have to wait and see. Every day is different. So we're ready for anything and everything as we continue our live coverage. If you're just joining us, we are continuing our live coverage of Day 7 in the testimony in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. Our Fox 5 New York team currently there right now, and we did want to bring you at least the very latest report from them as we continue our live coverage.
A former Bad Boy Records employee on the stand today in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, testifying about drugs that he says he witnessed and things that he was required to do to set up so-called freak-offs. Fox 6's Richard Giacobbe is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with more details of the testimony playing out on the stand right now. Richard.
Bianca, these words, "This is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it," were spoken by the Vice President of Human Resources for Bad Boy Records back in 2007 to Sean Diddy Combs' then personal assistant, David James, who just wrapped up his testimony, becoming emotional recalling that exchange on the first day he was interviewed for the job back in 2007. It was a stint that lasted about 2 years. James arriving in federal court this morning, he testified today about seeing Combs allegedly attack his personal chef as well as the rap mogul's drug use, claiming that Combs used drugs every day. James also talked about being required to set up Combs' hotel rooms with about 40 different skincare products, thousands of dollars in cash, and 25 to 30 different pill bottles. He also testified that he once walked in on a freak-off. Remember that obtaining and distributing narcotics, that's among the alleged racketeering acts in the prosecution's indictment of this case. Federal prosecutors are also trying to prove that Combs' violence would coerce Cassie Ventura to freak-offs with male escorts. One of those escorts, who Ventura claimed was the Punisher, will testify today, as well as Cassie Ventura's mother. Now, Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, she was also seen walking in and has just taken the stand a few moments ago, and she told so far the prosecution that she can confirm that Sean Diddy Combs did in fact date her daughter, and that she saw less of her once she moved out to LA and was living with him throughout that time. Of course, there'll be a lot more unraveling today in court. For now, we're outside a federal court in Lower Manhattan. Richard Giacobbe, Fox 5 News. Bianca.
All right, so that was a report from earlier today from our Fox 5 New York team, and we appreciate them covering this. Of course, you know, it's so interesting because this is a federal courthouse. There are no cameras allowed inside, meaning these reporters have to write down pen and pencil. Oh, and this is exciting. This looks like we just got a live look from outside the courthouse right here. I do believe this is a live look right here. You can see of folks waiting outside. We have not had this live look in quite some time, so that is exciting. You know, we possibly could be seeing some activity right here as we continue our live coverage. We're just going to route that in so we can get a better look right there. And I did want to, you know, juxtapose that with some of the information that we have there on your screen. You know, we could be seeing some of the family members. There was a lot of support last week, but when we were talking with Larry Newmeyer, the Associated Press reporter who's inside, he was saying that this week, though, you know, not as many family members are inside, so it's very different. Whereas last week, his mother, his children, you know, additional family members were inside. He says that this time around, at least today, the courtroom is not completely full. So this is a live look right here. You know, we're just going to raise the audio. Obviously, this camera is stationed across the street far away, but just to give you the, you know, the feeling of what it's like right there outside the courthouse. All right, so giving you some live sights and sounds outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan, where Sean Diddy Combs is hearing testimony from a male escort talking about the alleged freak-offs that he had with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. So as we do continue our coverage, I don't know if you were able to see this photo earlier, but I did want to share it with you. That is a knife that is being used as a doorstop, a lock, and this is some from the Department of Justice. These are photos of Cassie and her alleged injuries. You can see the bruising, the swelling. So these are new photos provided by the Department of Justice as part of evidence. This is a photo of a large chef's knife hanging on a door. Cassie testifying that she used the knife for protection during the end of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs in 2018, testifying she had locked herself in her apartment with the weapon to safeguard against unannounced visits. That's part of the testimony right there. Prosecutors also releasing additional images as well. But we did want to share the very latest with you. These are just some of those images right there that we can share with you from the Department of Justice. And we continue our coverage with another look right here outside the federal courthouse as we continue to share the very latest information from the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. I'm pulling up the very latest information right here, just hitting refresh as we're getting some updates right here. Let's see. Okay, so this is an update just from a minute or so ago. This continues to be from Sharay Hayes. He is a male escort. He worked under the name The Punisher, still on the stand. He says, and I'm reading this right here. So right now he has, he's being questioned by Meredith Foster with the U.S. Attorney's Office, is saying, you know, and kind of detailing some of these freak-offs. Now, I am going to edit what I am reading right here, but he says that at one point, Sean Diddy Combs dropped a stack of money on the bed. Cassie asked if Hayes was okay, and Diddy responded, in part, I am enjoying doing this. So what we were hearing from Cassie last week is that these freak-offs would last between 24 and 74 hours, saying that the longest one was 4 days. And when she wasn't participating, she says she was recovering from the drugs, from the dehydration, from staying awake. And she testified that during many of these situations, Combs would record them. That is according to the indictment right here. So the male escort is saying that this would occur every few months with him, and the session, he says, would last for days. They would typically meet between 2:30 a.m. and 11 a.m., and he would be notified by either a phone call or a text from Cassie. So he is still testifying right now. He has been testifying for quite some time. In fact, I'm going to take a look at the timestamp right here from the very latest information. This is from an hour ago. He's been on the stand for an hour. So compare that to Cassie's mother, who took to the stand this morning. She was only on the stand for 15 minutes. Not even cross-examined. And now this male escort has been on the stand for at least 1 hour. We also expect to hear from another male escort by the name of Daniel Phillip a little bit later on. It is a little unclear as to who else will testify. We were talking with Larry Newmeyer from the Associated Press, and he said it was a little unclear as to who exactly would be talking, but Larry Newmeister, I should say, with the Associated Press, headed back in court and said he would be joining us at some point to share with us, as he was inside the courtroom and has been inside the courtroom since this all began. So just recapping everything that has been happening. Now, all of this was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. Eastern time, but, you know, there was a twist even before all of this happened, which is that 4 jurors were late. So obviously they couldn't start on time, and they were apparently late because of traffic issues with the train system. Once they were able to arrive, that's when all of this commenced. Court was in session. And so that's when the continued testimony of Sean Diddy Combs' former personal assistant continued right there. So I'm just taking a look at this. You know, we like to recap during these, moments where we don't have new information, but when we do get new information, we want to bring it to you as soon as we get it. Another live look right here from the exterior of the courthouse. Now, the folks standing at the steps, you can see no longer there, but according to Reuters, this is supposed to adjourn at around 3 p.m. All right, so we are going to pause because we do see that criminal defense attorney Eric Faddis has joined us. We are going to make sure that his audio is up and running. We're going to bring him in and have an interesting discussion. There's so much to get to, and we appreciate everyone who has been sharing their thoughts and the questions they want answered. So if you hang with us for just a moment, we're going to bring in Eric. All right, as we continue to take a live look right here outside the federal courthouse right there, I do want to bring in criminal defense attorney Eric Faddis, who is joining us live from Colorado. Eddie, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox for our continual coverage of Day 7 in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial.
Yes, happy to be with you.
Yeah, so I want to start with this. Right now, we'll just start with the very latest. Right now, there's testimony from a male escort. We do anticipate hearing from additional male escorts. He's kind of outlining right now, what happened during these alleged freak-offs, what his part was in terms of, how he was compensated, how he was contacted, how long these last. What is the point of hearing from a male escort when it comes to providing evidence on one of the charges?
Yeah, so the male escort testimony, and my understanding is allegedly there are a lot of them. Their testimony goes to actually a number of charges here. One charge is really transporting someone across state lines for purposes of prostitution. And so that's why there are likely questions about the logistics, the arrangements, the payments, who made these payments, what were the communications like, what was the plan going to be? Because the prosecution needs to prove that Diddy and or Bad Boy Entertainment transported these escorts, or at least some of them, or at least one of them, across state lines to engage in a commercial sex act. And on top of that, they are trying to tie it into the RICO charge as well. So RICO is criminal racketeering. We're talking about a criminal enterprise. The government has alleged that there are multiple acts of predicate offenses, which are underlying criminal actions that are in association with and usually support the larger criminal enterprise. And so the prosecution is essentially saying, hey, who did you get payment from? Because if they can find that paper trail and tie it from, an escort to Bad Boy Entertainment, that is significant evidence of the criminal enterprise engaging in criminal activity, monetarily and otherwise.
So I know that RICO, it has to do with, commercial enterprises. It has to do with organizations. Let's talk about the logistics and get down to the nitty gritty. If Cassie were the one to actually hand over the money, would that completely blow up the argument? Does it have to be from Bad Boy Entertainment? What if she was the one who handed the money and then she was reimbursed in some other way? Does that still point towards sex trafficking, racketeering, etc.?
It potentially could still point towards racketeering, but it would be a less strong piece of evidence, because what the prosecution wants to show, if they can, is that Diddy had a hand in this. Now, in a criminal enterprise, there are affiliates, there are assistants, there are other individuals involved, and Diddy is a rather savvy business person, at least according to most reports. So it wouldn't be surprising for him to interject kind of a middleman, some intermediary, or some other unwitting participant to kind of do the dirty work of making the payments, so that there is less of a paper trail connecting Diddy himself and Bad Boy itself to criminal activity. So if the payments came from Cassie or someone not really part of the criminal enterprise, that certainly undermines the RICO charge. But perhaps there are other explanations as to why there may have been kind of a shell game here in terms of where the payments came from and to whom they were made.
Yeah, one of our viewers who's watching us live on our YouTube stream, Shaz, did ask, what does the prosecution need to do in order to prove racketeering? And kind of to your case in point, that paper trail. What's interesting is we were also hearing from Diddy's former personal assistant, and he was talking about how he actually used his own credit card to make purchases, and then he would then get reimbursed by Sean Diddy Combs. Does that add to the RICO or the racketeering, the fact that he was then reimbursed by Diddy, or because he used his own personal credit card? Like you said, it kind of waters down, it dilutes that argument.
It does dilute it in my appraisal. That being said, the prosecution can certainly argue that, hey, Diddy put these folks up and made them, kind of do his bidding and use their own funds and stuff like that to try to cover up and hide alleged criminal activity, and then reimburse that individual from Bad Boy. That reimbursement, according to the prosecution, would be essentially tantamount or the same as Bad Boy itself making those payments. However, I'm sure the defense probably has some kind of argument that, no, we were reimbursing him for movie tickets or who knows what. And so it just really mucks up kind of the already somewhat attenuated connection between the criminal activity and Bad Boy as a criminal enterprise and Diddy's involvement therein.
So I'm reading this because also Cassie's mom took to the stand very briefly, only about 15 minutes, talking about, she testified that Combs demanded $20,000 from her family. And I'm reading the notes on this. She testified that she received wiring instructions, wired the money from her checking account to the Bad Boy account. But about 4 or 5 days later, the money, she says, allegedly came back. She never had conversations with Diddy, and she doesn't have a copy of the wiring instructions. So you mentioned Bad Boy. She's claiming that she was told to wire money into the funds. That money, she says, then came back to her. No doubt prosecutors, called her to the stand specifically for that, to try and tie. But does that hold any weight from what you're hearing?
In my impression, that seems to be the prosecution grabbing at straws a little bit. And the reason I say that is because, of course, Diddy and Bad Boy can engage in different contractual relationships with people that are lawful. Perhaps they reached some kind of agreement. My understanding is that the payment request was based on some alleged infidelity or something like that, which some might say, who cares? What does that have to do with RICO? That this seems to be like some kind of cheating-based monetary dispute between Diddy and Cassie's mother. Now, if there were more to it, of course, if Diddy was paying off Cassie's mother to not talk about criminal activity, then we got a problem. Diddy's got a problem. Bad Boy's got a problem. But my understanding of based on the reports I read, is that it didn't quite go that far. That it was really just some kind of, negotiations between a girlfriend's mother and the boyfriend. And I think a lot of people are saying, so what?
Yeah, what we've been hearing is a lot of conversation. But again, the jury can't use conversation. They can only look at the hard facts. And that's what it really seems it's going to come down to. The paper trail, the actual receipts, if you will. Conversations aside, I mean, what one person says isn't necessarily hard evidence. When you're a juror and you're listening to days and days of these testimony, how do you weigh all of this? The judge, no doubt, will then give the final instructions saying you can't, you can't allow emotion into this. You can't allow, your own opinions or your perspective. You have to simply look at the evidence. But when it comes to all of this emotional testimony, that obviously is very powerful and potentially influential. How does a juror kind of wade through that and edit as they go?
Oh, this jury has a Herculean effort in front of them. Such a massive undertaking. I do not envy them in the least, because like you said, there are going to be weeks, if not months, of testimony, items of evidence introduced, and then the jury has to go back there. These are lay people. They didn't ask to be here. They have no involvement with this case. They've got to sort through all of this and come to some intelligible conclusion in a very high stakes, public, controversial trial. And so, they're going to be instructed that, hey, testimony is evidence. Someone's testimony on the stand that can be considered, but it's not the same as some like hard piece of paper, like you said, a receipt showing payments or something like that. And one issue that could arise in those deliberation rooms is that a lot of these alleged threats from Diddy, the prosecution wants to use these to prove that Diddy made people do things through coercion. He was pressuring them in some unlawful way, making threats, that kind of thing. Most of those threats appear to be just kind of a he said, she said thing. Now, they very well could have taken place. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm just saying it's difficult. It's more difficult to corroborate and to substantiate those kinds of testimony to a jury. My understanding is Dawn Richard from Danity Kane essentially said that she saw Diddy assault Cassie, and then Diddy said, hey, if you tell anybody about this, you are going to come up missing. That is evocative. That's alarming. My gosh, if that happened, that's terribly problematic. But it's difficult for the prosecution and for Ms. Richard to back that up, some sort of documentary evidence, because none exists. Now, maybe that's by design on Diddy's behalf, but still, it presents a hurdle for the prosecution.
Right, because it can be explosive testimony. Again, we've been hearing very emotional testimony, but it's one person against the other. And at the end of the day, like you said, if you don't have the evidence to back it up, it doesn't really hold weight. We've been seeing a lot of star power on the stand. Obviously Cassie Ventura being the big one. There were also a lot of names, coming in from the documents, the paperwork. I did want to ask, and I promised Douglas Madre Jr., aka DJ. We've had a lot of people chiming in right here. He had a question for you. Can prosecutors also subpoena the celebrities that were named in the trial? You mentioned Danity Kane, Aubrey O'Day, who was also a member, hasn't yet been subpoenaed. But my question is, how do prosecutors decide who to subpoena and why? Obviously, there's a strategy here. It has to kind of lend itself to their case. But how does one do that? And could we expect to hear more from certain witnesses who were named in the documents?
As a former felony prosecutor, there are multiple considerations you look at in deciding which witnesses you are going to subpoena. One is whether they're cooperative or whether they really don't want to be there. Because if you got somebody on the stand who you think might be helpful, but they hate you or they hate being there, that's not great. And that's not the best impression to give to the jury. On top of that, you've got to look at, are there any issues with their credibility? Are there things in their past that could be raised, that could be problematic, that could cause the jury to be less likely to believe them? Have they made a number of statements over the course of time that may involve some discrepancies? These are considerations as well. On top of that, who presents well, who is articulate, what is their demeanor like? These are things you need to consider. But to answer the question, Absolutely. The prosecution has subpoena power to subpoena for trial any of these high-profile celebrities who were named, and there were several names that came out in jury selection. Not saying that they are accused of any wrongdoing necessarily, but their names were mentioned in association with the case. We heard about Kid Cudi, the rapper, and his vehicle getting bombed or exploding. And the prosecution believes that has something to do with him dating Cassie Ventura while she was still associating with Diddy. So yeah, the prosecution could subpoena Kid Cudi, could subpoena Michael B. Jordan's name has come up. Even Mike Myers of Austin Power fame, somehow he is in the mix here. Now, again, I don't have any evidence indicating they're accused of wrongdoing, but just that they might have some association with what happened and they could potentially be called as witnesses, they still could.
Yeah, I think when you heard Mike Myers or people did, it was like, why would he be in association? I have to wonder, again, we don't know why, but Austin Powers, Beyonce actually happened to be in one of those movies, and you have to wonder. I want to ask you about Kid Cudi, though, because there is a particular, there are allegations that he was very jealous of Cassie when she was dating Kid Cudi while, she and Diddy were not together at the time, and allegations that he then, bombed his car. If he were to be called to the stand, what would that fall under? What would the prosecution try to prove with that testimony? What is the charge that they would be looking to focus on?
That charge would be making Diddy look bad, which is obviously not an enumerated charge, but perhaps a strategic decision on behalf of the prosecution. Now, in all seriousness, I think the prosecution believes that this alleged bombing of Kid Cudi's vehicle would support its RICO case, because RICO can be proven in terms of the predicate underlying criminal activity offenses by a number of different crimes, including arson. They've alleged kidnapping, bribery, obstruction, you name it. So I think the prosecution would essentially try to connect what happened with Kid Cudi allegedly to the case. But the problem is, I don't know of the connection between that alleged event and the criminal enterprise. That's the potential disconnect here that could be a problem for the prosecution. You can say everything in the world to make a guy look like a scoundrel, and perhaps he is, I don't know. But they would need to connect it to the RICO charge and to Bad Boy Entertainment somehow. Now, I guess if they had witnesses who were part of the criminal enterprise of Bad Boy, who took measures to carry out this bombing of Kid Cudi's vehicle, then that would probably do it. But I'm not aware of such witnesses, and no such witnesses have yet been called.
So let's talk about the witnesses. Do you anticipate, because obviously everyone was talking about Cassie, she was, front and center. Obviously there was, time sensitive issues. She was pregnant. And so obviously the judge didn't want her to perhaps testify a little bit later on, given the legal challenges. But does the prosecution, stack their line of witnesses to favor them in the beginning, or are they going to pull out all the stops at the end? Obviously, there's strategy in terms of when to call up whom. As we're taking a look so far in terms of who has already been on the stand, are we looking at stronger witnesses further down the line? This is supposed to take 8 weeks. Or are we going to start to see it kind of peter out and not have so much of an impact when it comes to the testimony?
Yeah, this is why I say, and of course I'm kind of biased because I'm a trial attorney, but I believe trial practice is an art. And so, it really depends on your case. It depends on your own creativity and imagination, and also your objectives, which you need to accomplish. In addition to that, there are logistical and practical concerns. Like you said, Cassie was 8 months pregnant, or very, very pregnant. And so I believe the prosecution thought, hey, we have to handle this witness before others, just due to that practical consideration. That being said, it would make sense to have witnesses kind of build upon one another. And so, one way to do that would be to call to the stand Bad Boy affiliates, like they did with or at least alleged affiliates, with assistant David James today, to kind of lay the groundwork, to show what this organization was, who was involved in it, what kind of activities were they engaged in, what was Diddy's connection to all of that. Set the stage. A trial is a show in a way. Not to sound uncouth, but you have to capture these jurors' attention for months. And so to do that, you really have to be thinking about what is the right witness order, who is going to be compelling, and when. That being said, I anticipate that the government has likely, I don't have any information supporting this, but it would be common for the government to have immunity agreements with other Bad Boy Entertainment affiliates who will come to the stand later and detail all of the alleged dirty dealings that they believe Bad Boy engaged in terms of these predicate offenses. Some of those listed, like I mentioned, have been kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, you name it.
Well, it's so interesting because, I think everyone would agree it is a performance. Everyone has a role to play. Sean Diddy Combs has a role to play in terms of appearing, a certain way, the speeches even, from the defense and the prosecution, very strategic when it comes to kind of, and you said there's, it's almost like a music performance, if you will, the crescendos, you got to ride the waves. Do you think that the strategy is to start with the emotional part, even though it doesn't necessarily prove evidence? You want to lay the groundwork for how the jury should feel, and then you kind of hammer out the evidence after. Do you see that as kind of the strategy being laid out right here?
I think you're spot on, and here's what I mean. So, yes, Cassie was one of the first witnesses. Her testimony was graphic and harrowing, and my gosh, and then you see the video, and you feel sympathy for this person. You feel for them. That it is evocative. That they are, reaching into the chests of these jurors and shaking them up on purpose in the beginning, I think, because the strategy would be, hey, let me show you what Diddy is capable of. He is capable of this alleged monstrous behavior. And so then as you get to other witnesses who are going to talk about possibly arson, kidnapping, other types of offenses, the jury is already primed to receive that and to believe that Diddy could be capable of this. And the prosecution has kind of colored the lens through which the jury is going to see subsequent testimony, including the defense case, which is going to come down the road sometime from now.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Obviously the defense is outlining their strategy when it comes to what they are looking ahead to, because you have the here and now, but of course the most important part is, when everything wraps up in the closing arguments and such. From your point of view as a criminal defense attorney, are you sitting back and saying, you know what, this is going our way? Obviously, it's not flattering to the client. But as you're looking at the evidence being presented, if you were to be, representing Sean Diddy Combs, how would you feel confidence-wise in terms of how all of this is playing out right now?
I would say at this juncture, and we're already significantly, into the trial, it's still anybody's game. I don't think this is a slam dunk for the prosecution by any means. Now, of course, there is also significant evidence, certainly of domestic violence, certainly some credible and compelling testimony regarding sexual misconduct and that kind of thing. So that's a problem for the defense. On the other hand, we still got a lot of innings to play. We've got a ways to go on this. And so from defense side, you really have to be responsive to the evidence that has come out and also to just kind of the tone of what's going on in that trial in making decisions in terms of what you're going to do for your defense. For example, whether you call the defendant as a witness really depends on where everything stands once the prosecution case closes. And so that decision, I bet, has not yet been made, although I think it would be a perilous decision. But in terms of defense, I would be surprised if they called other sex workers, if they called bad boy affiliates. At least one of the sex workers who testified, I'm sorry, I have notes here, early on, his name escapes me. He did testify, and I have no idea if this is true, but he said that Cassie, at least visually, appeared to be into the romantic encounters that were going on. I wouldn't be surprised if defense puts on more folks to say, hey, Cassie was into this. And believe me, I'm not saying she was, but I'm saying this could be a strategy for defense that they might explore. It is that, this looked consensual to me. Cassie never said no. There were never any indications outwardly that this was non-consensual. Doesn't mean that it was consensual, but that would be some evidence on behalf of defense to present to the jury to say, hey, look, these other people were there, and they certainly didn't see it as Cassie told it on the stand.
I mean, it's really interesting. As you mentioned, there is so much psychology that is involved. There is so much strategy that is involved. I know you have to go in just about 4 minutes time, but as we're looking right now, the testimony today, the previous testimony, looking ahead, anything that particularly stands out to you as kind of honing in on the strategy, honing in on, potential surprises, anything that stands out to you?
Gosh, one thing that struck me is, hey, look, in nearly every romantic relationship, there are ups and downs. There are times when things are great, and there are times when things are terrible. And I think both sides have done a reasonably good job at trying to use that to their advantage. The defense has shown texts from Cassie where she says, I'm ready. I'm always ready to freak off and that kind of thing. And then, she claimed that she was a survivor of sexual assault in 2018. Well, defense said, okay, but you did have consensual sex with Diddy shortly before that and about a month or so after that. And I think what it shows is just how complicated and dynamic relationships can be. And look, if it was, a person can have consensual relationship with somebody during one point of relationship, and then it could be not consensual at another point. And this relationship went on for I believe, more than a decade. And so I think both sides are sort of honing in on the nuances of just the ups and downs of relationships and trying to use them to their advantage. I think the prosecution has done a decent job at kind of telegraphing to the jury that, hey, even if things appear to be good at some point, all this other stuff. What about the fact that Diddy really controlled her career, controlled her contract? What about the fact that she didn't feel like she could say no to any of this and felt that she was really beholden to him and had to do what he said? I think they've just done a good job at highlighting these very human nuances that appear in some form or fashion in nearly every romantic relationship.
So I know you have to go in just about 60 seconds time. There was a question that we posed to our viewers is whether they thought Sean Diddy Combs was going to take the stand. What's your hot take on that?
Oh, yeesh. I would advise against it at this juncture. One, because things aren't going so terrible for him yet. There have been some things that have been terrible in the trial, but there have been some wins for the defense as well. On top of that, he would just be open to so much cross-examination about just the most, dastardly stuff you can think of. It doesn't mean that he necessarily did it, but he'd be asked about it. It would be highlighted for the jurors again. And then there are things he can't deny, including that Cassie tape, which is brutal. And so for all of those reasons at this juncture, I would say, you might want to get up there, but don't do it, bro.
Yeah. Well, good advice from you, criminal defense attorney Eddie Faddis. We know that you have to step away. We appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox, and no doubt we'll be speaking with you again.
Eric Faddis, good to be with you.
Absolutely. And we did want to share this live look with you outside the federal courthouse, where court continues on this Tuesday, 2:10 Eastern, 11:10 Pacific, as we continue to monitor the very latest developments. We appreciate Eddie Faddis for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our live coverage. And I'm taking right now at the very latest developments right here. And in real time and taking a look right here. This is just about a few minutes ago. So this is from the escort that Eddie was talking about, Sharay Hayes, testifying that he included Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura in a self-help book that he wrote about his experiences, he said, with erectile dysfunction. So he says, according to his testimony, that he referenced the former couple as a married, wealthy couple in his book titled In Search of Freezer Meat. He says the book was inspired in part from a difficult situation, he says, during a freak-off where he says he experienced erectile dysfunction. So this is a self-help book that he wrote to talk about his own anxiety. He also claims that he sensationalized some of the encounters for the book. So he is currently still on the stand. He has been on the stand for more than 1 hour. He also testified that he never saw Sean Diddy Combs or Cassie use drugs during these alleged freak-offs. He says that he doesn't use drugs himself. He testified that he was offered alcohol and marijuana, but he was never under the influence. And he also said that he never saw Sean Diddy Combs take drugs or seem intoxicated. He did say that he felt pressure sometimes and experienced anxiety when it came to performances. And he said that he would sometimes take medication to help with that anxiety. He also said that it appeared that these alleged freak-offs were a fetish type thing. Those are his words. And he says that he didn't have a thought process of if Cassie enjoyed what they were doing. So we continue to follow the very latest information right here as we continue. The male escort, Sharay Hayes, now testifying, having testified for more than an hour. And, you know, we're at this hour where it's 2:12 Eastern, 11:12 Pacific. They haven't stepped away for a break yet. You know, typically they have lunch breaks, but as of now, they have not stepped away for a lunch break. Now, I did want to let you know, we have multiple sources right here, live looks as well. And we did want to let you know that I've been keeping a close eye on Reuters. We are expecting to get a live look as family members and attorneys depart the Day 7 testimony. And according to this, they say that at approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time, that is when they are expected to depart court. So it's a little unclear as to whether the judge will adjourn court for the day at 3 o'clock, working through then. We're going to continue to monitor that, but at least according to these live looks right here and these live updates, court has not actually recessed for lunch right here. So we're continuing to follow the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. The left-hand side of your screen, continuing to give you the very latest developments. Sharay Hayes has been on the stand for more than 1 hour. Previously, Cassie's mom, Regina Ventura, memorialized during her testimony. She says she memorialized bruises allegedly given by Sean Diddy Combs. She took photos, so she says she would never forget. We're continuing to follow this, and for all of those of you who are following us on our live stream, more than 3,000 of you watching our live coverage. We appreciate you joining us, and we appreciate the interaction right here. I did ask some of the questions that you had posed in the live stream, so we appreciate everyone chiming in right here. And so we continue. We are going to have some more experts joining us through the hours. We continue all of this as well. Steve Stacks, you said, why no trials during the weekends? That's an interesting question, and we can ask that. I have to imagine, though, because you have to staff the court, that might be very expensive. But, that's a question that we will ask our next attorney, as we are expecting them to join us in just about 45 minutes or so. We are expecting to be joined by Chase Brown, who is an attorney, and we'll definitely ask that. It is a important question, why courts don't go around the clock. And it might be truly financial. Whether they can be staffed fully. You have to imagine security is very expensive, and you have to make sure that, you have adequate staff. So that's a question that we can pose along with others. If you want to join us here, feel free to drop in a question in the chat as we continue to monitor all of this as well. So we appreciate all of those who are joining us right here on our YouTube stream. More than 3,000 of you. So thank you. We appreciate it. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching this live stream right here. It does look as though this live stream has now changed. So we're going to change it back to another live look right here of the skyline of the and we're just going to remove that right here as we continue our live look. It's a little unclear as to what changed. And I'm going to ask my producer, Carla, to see what that is. If that is still Sean Diddy Combs and who is walking through that car. I don't want to put up a wrong shot right here. But you know what? We're continuing to monitor this. It's a little unclear. It does look like that was actually perhaps out of the courthouse. So it does look like maybe people are leaving. So we're gonna actually head back to that. It is still out of the courthouse. So someone was going in that car. And what's interesting is I believe that we were actually, I'm gonna pull this in. We might have been rolling on that. I'm gonna pull this into our studio right here as we continue. I'm just gonna see if we did roll on that, because if we did roll on that, that would be very interesting right here. I'm pulling it in and so we can share it with you with real time right here. Let's see. Yeah, it does look like someone, and I am not really sure who that is. I'm not really sure who that is right there, but it was obviously someone that the photographers were interested in. And we have that pulled up. I'm just going to play that back for you. I don't know. Hey, chime into our Live Now from Fox, YouTube stream. I don't know if you could identify who that was, but it was obviously someone that people were interested in. But take a look at this. This has just happened just a couple of seconds ago. You can see photographers walking in. You can see this gentleman. I wonder if that, I wonder if that was the witness. I wonder if that was the witness right there that he finished going on the stand. I'm taking a look at this. I'm trying to find the latest information. I wonder if that, in fact, was one of the witnesses who finished testifying. But that was just a short time ago, right outside, and you obviously can see that there was security around him. This is outside the federal courthouse, and the camera is dedicated to this sex trafficking trial was there. So anyway, we just wanted to share that with you. This was live on our air, but we just wanted to replay it if you happened to miss that particular moment. This is once again a live look from the courthouse. So I'm taking a look right here. It says, during his testimony and his cross-examination, this is the latest information, male escort Sharay Hayes claimed his last encounter with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura occurred in March of 2015. During his testimony, he claimed at the final encounter, there was an interaction, and he claims Cassie appeared startled when he had performance anxiety, and Diddy seemed aggressive. So according to Hayes, Diddy left the room and Cassie followed, and he was then paid, and claimed Cassie thanked him for his privacy. Hayes said that he was concerned that he would not be called back, and he said that he never saw Cassie and Combs after that encounter. So Hayes said that he had a lot of anxiety, and so, he also channeled that anxiety into a self-help book to talk about all of those performance-related issues right there. So that's the latest information. We're still taking a live look there outside the courthouse, and we did see someone leave, and, we're working to see whether that might have been one of the witnesses right here. No update yet to see if he was, left the stand, but we're keeping a close eye on all of these developments right here as we continue to follow them. Keeping a close eye on all of these live streams right here as we do. I don't see anything quite yet. but you can count on us to bring you the latest when it does happen. It's been a very eventful day, as truly every one of these 7 days has been in New York City. The entire trial set to last up to 8 weeks. So, we were asking Eddie Faddis, who was, or is a criminal defense attorney, and he's saying that there is significant strategy when it comes to the lineup of the witnesses, how to present and lay out the evidence and lay out the case, how to elicit emotion from the jury, how to map it all out. The prosecution has their strategy, the defense has their strategy, and which one is stronger still yet to be determined, as a lot more testimony yet to be played out. We continue our coverage here on our YouTube streaming live here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the very latest information. And if you're just joining us, I did want to recap exactly what has happened. So we're still watching here. And it does say, yeah, so that was the latest information from male escort Sharay Hayes. So we are still waiting to see if anyone else is going to take the stand. He was on the stand for more than an hour. Meanwhile, you juxtapose that with Cassie's mom, who was only on the stand for 15 minutes, not even cross-examined by the defense. We're going to comb through all of this, bringing you all the latest information as we continue to take a live look right here on this Tuesday outside the Manhattan Federal Courthouse. All right, so you can see an updated side panel right there. This is the latest information as 3 different witnesses took to the stand today. Cassie's mother, there was also Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant David James, and also the male escort right there. We have his last name up there on the screen, the full name Sharay Hayes right there. But if you're joining us, we did want to just recap the very latest as those 3 individuals took to the stand. The first being the former personal assistant to Sean Diddy Combs. Now, he was on the stand yesterday. They didn't finish cross-examining him, and so he was the very first one on the stand, but trial was actually delayed from the very beginning because several jurors were late. They said that they were likely late because of train issues, and so the judge called a recess. We actually see, someone walking in right here, and we do see that the camera pans in and out from the exterior. This is a federal courthouse, so no cameras are allowed inside as we continue to follow the very latest information right here. But, according to Reuters, we should be seeing potentially family members exit in just about 30 minutes time or so. Again, that's approximate. They haven't had a lunch break yet. So it's 2:25 Eastern. and they've been in court for hours. You know, you have to wonder, are they just going to work through? They're going to power through? Or are they going to take a break and then resume after that? You know, we're still waiting to hear information on that. So we did want to let you know that after just about a 20-minute delay, court resumed this morning. And so once again on the stand was the former personal assistant of Sean Diddy Combs, David James. And so this all started, the testimony started as Assistant U.S. Attorney Christine Slavic was questioning him about a January 2009 blog post incident. That was the first line of questioning when he returned to the stand this morning. So this is what he said. This is according to James. He said that he was off, but he was working on a research project about tattoos at Sean Diddy Combs' LA home. The rapper, he said, had been at a club, but when he returned home, Diddy came to James, looked over his shoulder, and told the assistant that someone was blogging about him. He then, according to James, checked his browser history. And James testified that Diddy seemed, quote, pretty upset. So that continues. James said that it was jarring having Diddy look through his browsing history, although he says that he did look for the blog post and did Google it. So he also continued that in part of his line of questioning and his testimony, that he was responsible for setting up the hotel rooms for the rapper's alleged freak-offs. Now, according to him, he did not book the hotel rooms. The rooms would be booked under the name Frank Black. James' job, he said, would be to advance the hotel room, meaning they would be made more comfortable for Sean Diddy Combs when he arrived. So James, under testimony, said that he would bring a Jordan sweatsuit, underwear, socks, toiletry bag, applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, vodka, along with other food items. And he said in the toiletry bag was a razor, just for men, etc. He also gave some more details. Now, if you're interested, Just for Men is known for being hair dye or beard dye. So again, unclear as to who that was for, but just wanted to give you context if you weren't familiar with what Just for Men is. It's hair color or beard dye as well. So the former personal assistant claimed that there was always a medicine bag and other personal items. He said that he would bring Diddy's Louis Vuitton bag containing money, about $10,000 in cash, as well as the rapper's wallet, and claimed that security always carried the personal Louis Vuitton bag. He also said that there were allegedly 25 to 30 different pill bottles in the medicine bag, some unmarked and then others marked, like Advil, Viagra, ecstasy, etc., and said that he was responsible also for replenishing supplies. So we were talking about to an attorney about this. And this is interesting because James testified that he would go to Duane Reade, which is a very well-known pharmacy in New York City, kind of like a CVS or so. He would use his own credit card, and Diddy would then allegedly later reimburse him. So we were talking with one of our attorneys earlier, and you have to take a look at the paperwork. Now, when it comes to racketeering, when it comes to these charges, it's important to have that evidence directly linking either Bad Boy and Sean Diddy Combs to these charges. So the fact that one of his employees used his own personal credit card, that makes the evidence not as strong. So James claimed that he was reimbursed differently for personal items, which included baby oil, Astroglide, and another number of items. And then he would get cash for those items through security because Combs did not want to go through the company. So that is very important to note, because as we were hearing from some of these attorneys that we have been speaking with, it's important to directly link, or as directly link as you can, the money trail. And the fact that the former personal assistant got cash for the items through security, that dilutes that argument because there's no direct link necessarily with Bad Boy Entertainment. So we're continuing to follow all of this latest news. As I did want to just give you a brief recap, we're just going to see if there's any new information here as we continue to scroll. All right, so this is the very latest information. Male escort Sharay Hayes testifying that the encounters, the sexual encounters with Cassie, were consensual. So this is under cross-examination from one of Sean Diddy's attorneys. He asked if Hayes, who worked as a dancer, would engage with women who did not want to be engaged with. Hayes said no, that it's important to read the room as a dancer. He added that he did not get any cues of discomfort from Cassie. He testified if he had, he would have stopped. And then Diddy's defense attorney asked Hayes if certain websites do prostitution. Hayes said no. Then Donaldson asked if Hayes does prostitution, and he told Diddy's attorney no. So again, one of the charges, of course, is sex trafficking. Diddy's attorney asked if Hayes was doing anything to Cassie that she did not want. Hayes replied no, claiming it was consensual. Donaldson then asked him if it was safe to say that Combs was the director and Cassie and Hayes were the actors, and Hayes said that he agreed. So during cross-examination, he claims that all of these encounters with Cassie were consensual, and he testified that at no point did he receive any cues, he said, from Cassie saying that she did not want to be part of these situations. He did say that his last encounter with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie occurred in March of 2015, stating that he had anxiety during the situation and he was never called back to engage in these particular events right here. So that's the very latest right here. We're continuing to be joined by experts and attorneys. We're expecting to be joined by Chase Brown, who's an attorney, in just about 30 minutes time right here as we continue our live coverage of Day 7 as testimony continues in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, where a male escort now being cross-examined when it came to being part of alleged freak-offs. All right, so thank you for sticking with us here on our live stream for Sean Diddy Combs. And, you know, we enjoy interacting with all of you. So we were wondering, do you have a question about the Diddy trial? And so we want you to share those questions with us. We have been asking our experts throughout the last few hours those questions, getting those answers for you. But if you wanted to, just scan that QR code right there on the upper right-hand side of your screen, and then we will answer and do our best to do so. So what questions do you have about the Diddy trial? Right there. Just scan that QR code. You can send the questions. We will review them. And coming up in just about 30 minutes or so, we have an expert coming to join us. And we definitely want to make sure that if you do have a question, we have it answered for you. So coming up at 3 o'clock, we have Chase Brown, who's an attorney, joining us to talk more about the Diddy case, the evidence being presented, what we can expect looking forward. And according to Reuters, just to give you a timeline, this is so fluid, but this is what we have. According to Reuters, we do have a likely wrapping up of court potentially at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about 20 minutes. It's a little unclear. We haven't seen any movement. This is I'm going to put that back, actually. A live look at the exterior right here as we continue. You do see, no movement just yet, but we are expecting potentially attorneys and family members to be exiting that courthouse at some point in time. And of course, we will bring that to you. But as we await for all of these developments right here, going back to that question, whether you have a question about the Diddy trial, if you do, scan that QR code right there on the upper right-hand side of your screen, and we'll get that to you as we are going to be joined by attorney Chase Brown in just about 20 minutes. And in fact, I am going to see if he is on early, because you never know. And if he is, well, we'll absolutely have that conversation with him now. All right, so he has not yet joined our Zoom link. Continuing to monitor that, though, as we continue our live coverage. Day 7 of the testimony as it continues in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. Another live look right here of the courthouse. Now, we did see some movement. We actually brought that to you live as cameras and photographers ran to cover a man exiting, and it's a little unclear as to who exactly he was, but we did see him get into a car and drive off. Yeah. And so we continue our live coverage right here. All right, so I did want to recap, and I do believe that we have some new information that we did want to bring to you right here. I'm going to put that on the screen right here. This is some latest information about the 3 individuals who testified today. Cassie's mother testifying earlier, Diddy's former assistant David James, and also a male escort who is still on the stand right now talking and currently under cross-examination, in fact, stating that at no point in time he says that he felt like the encounters with Cassie were non-consensual. He says that he reads the room. He didn't get any cues of discomfort from her, and if he had, he testified that he would have stopped. So going back to the very beginning, we do have this live look right here outside the federal courthouse because no cameras are allowed inside. It is a federal courthouse. Those are the rules, meaning no electronic devices of any kind, no phones, no laptops, no cameras. And so the reporters who are inside have to take notes the old-fashioned way with a pen and paper and then exit so we can get those new details. I think a lot of us, of course, we are curious. We want to know. We want to see. And unfortunately, we are not allowed to do that. The only available sort of evidence of Sean Diddy Combs are these sketches that we receive from the sketch artist. We don't have any photos of him, but at least from those sketches, we see that he looks very different from his previous self prior to being incarcerated. We see that his hair and his beard are white, and he appears to have aged, as you can imagine. He's been in jail since he was arrested late last year. So continuing to have all of those details. And earlier we were talking with an Associated Press reporter, Larry Neumeister, as he himself has been in the courtroom this entire time. And he was talking about the mood and the atmosphere and Sean Diddy Combs and the appearance. And he was saying, you know, it's a very different person from the persona that we had, you know, previous to his incarceration. He says he appears more to be a CEO of some kind. So we are continuing to follow all of this. Also wanted to let you know that in just about an hour or so, we are continuing our live coverage. You know, we are going to end this whenever court goes into recess. We don't know exactly when that is going to be, but fear not, we are going to stay with you. Coming up at 4, though, we are just going to have this live look if we continue our coverage, and then we'll resume just about 30 minutes after that. So we're going to still monitor all of this, bringing you those live updates as we continue our coverage. We're continuing our live coverage of day 7 as the testimony continues in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Mike Page is off for the next few days, so I'll be the host for this YouTube stream. But fear not, he is going to return with his Mike Page charm and bring you all of those developments. A very busy day as 3 people already testifying. Right now, a male escort being cross-examined by the attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs. And I did want to recap the very latest. We just got an update in, so I did want to bring that to you as we continue to bring you the new developments and information on that side panel on the left-hand side of your screen. So the latest information coming in just moments ago, Special Agent Gerard Gannon now called to the stand in this federal trial for sex crimes. So Gerard Gannon is a former agent with Homeland Security investigations. He testified to being responsible for the overall planning of the raid on Diddy's home in Miami, Florida. He was allegedly on the ground for the raid at Diddy's Star Island mansion and claimed upward of 80 to 90 officers were involved in the search due to the size of the property and the security measures. He also claimed that the search started at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, which he testified is not typical, but agents had learned Diddy was taking a trip out of the country, and so the agency waited. Then on March 25th, 2024, Combs' homes in LA and Miami were raided in connection to a federal human trafficking investigation. That's officials confirming to Fox News Digital at the time. And during the search, authorities allegedly seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. So the very latest is that now a special agent called to the stand talking about, all of these raids to Sean Diddy Combs' various homes across the country, including in Miami, Florida, and LA as well. So just prior to that, on the stand was male escort Sharay Hayes. He was testifying about the alleged freak-offs that he had with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. He said, testifying during cross-examination, that those encounters were consensual. When Diddy's defense lawyer asked if Sharay Hayes, who had worked as a dancer, would engage in activity with women who did not want that activity, Hayes said no, saying it's important to read the room. He added that he did not get any cues of discomfort from Cassie, and if he had, he would have stopped. You can also see this live look right here as the photographer is panning to individuals leaving this federal courthouse right here as it now pans back to the doors. So we're continuing to monitor this. Again, we have not had a lunch break, and so we did want to let you know we're monitoring all of this. According to Reuters, it says that court is going to adjourn approximately at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so really in just the next 15 minutes or so. We are still waiting to see, people leaving, indicating that court has adjourned, and the very latest testimony is that court is still going on with the agent taking to the stand. But going back to the male escort, so he was the last one prior to the special agent taking to the stand. He was testifying that all of these freak-offs were consensual, saying that he never got any indication of discomfort from Cassie, and he says if he had, he would have stopped. Diddy's attorney then asks him if some of these websites do prostitution, and he said no. The attorney then asked if the male escort does prostitution, and he told the attorney no. This goes to some of those charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing, and we did want to just share that with you. Again, all of this line of questioning pointing to these charges that include sexual assault, sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, and racketeering. The allegations span across multiple civil and criminal suits, with some plaintiffs claiming that Diddy used his wealth and power to exploit and abuse vulnerable individuals. So just wanted to point that out, stating that according to the male escort, he never engaged in prostitution and also never engaged in non-consensual activity. He also said that if it was safe to say that Sean Diddy Combs was the director and Cassie and Hayes were the actors, and Hayes agreed to that. So happening right now, the very latest is that a special agent is being called to the stand in Combs's federal trial for sex crimes right here, but the previous person was a male escort. And he also testified about the last encounter that he says he had with Combs and Cassie occurring in March of 2015. He says during his testimony, he said the final encounter that he had performance anxiety, and the male escort claimed that Cassie seemed startled and Diddy seemed aggressive. According to Hayes, Diddy then left the room. Cassie followed. When they were returned, they later paid him and claimed Cassie thanked him for his privacy. During cross-examination, Hayes explained that he was very anxious and he had performance anxiety, saying that he felt pressured by Combs to engage in this activity, and explained that it was a, quote, an aggressive suggestion. Now, Hayes later testified that he included Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie in a self-help book he wrote about his experiences with erectile dysfunction, referencing the former duo as a, quote, married, wealthy couple. In his book, he says that it was inspired in part from a difficult situation during a freak-off where he claimed he experienced performance anxiety. He says a problem that has since continued on in his life. He also said that he claimed he sensationalized some of the encounters for the book right there. We are continuing to keep a very close eye on this exterior shot of the federal courthouse Haven't seen any movement yet, but we are expecting perhaps that there might be some movement as we are now hours into Tuesday's testimony. Testimony started a little bit late. Now, court was supposed to have started at around 9 a.m. However, it was about delayed by 20 minutes or so after 4 jurors were delayed by train issues. And so there was a brief recess called until after they were able to resume right there. So, it could be that they are making up for lost time, so to speak, but they haven't taken a break that we know of as we've been continuing to follow these very latest updates right here. We're coming up at 2:50 Eastern, 11:50 Pacific. So it's a little unclear as to whether they are going to power through. Very long day, I have to imagine, for the jurors, as they don't get much of a break right here. But we do see now the camera kind of panning a little bit further to give that look as we continue to provide a recap of the testimony that we have heard so far today. Right now on the stands, though, a special agent testifying right now about the raids on Sean Diddy Combs' home in Miami, Florida, saying that the search began at 3:30 p.m., which is not typical. So we're going to stay with us, and in just a moment, we're going to be joined by Chase Brown, who's an attorney, talking more about the nuances and all of the information and perhaps some of the questions that you may have, as this is a very nuanced case, and so we continue our coverage. All right, so in just a moment, we're going to be joined by criminal defense attorney Chase Brown. But as we continue our live coverage right here, I did want to bring you the very latest as testimony continues. And what's so interesting is that there really hasn't been a recess for lunch right here as we continue to take a look outside the federal courthouse right here. The shot really actually got a little bit dark, I have to say. The lighting not so good. In fact, you can barely see the doors, but we're continuing to keep a close eye. This is the only live look that we have at the moment, and so we will use it But of course, we're going to continue to see if we can have other live looks as well. According to Reuters, who we take a lot of live looks from, Sean Diddy Combs' family and attorneys are expected to exit the courthouse any moment now. Is supposed to wrap up at around 3, but really no indication that is actually going to happen, as right now a special agent has now been called to the stand to talk about being responsible for the overall planning of the raid on Diddy's home in Miami, Florida. He was allegedly on the ground for the raid at Diddy's Star Island mansion and claimed upwards of 80 to 90 officers were involved in the search because of the size of the property and the security measures. He said that the search began at around 3:30 p.m., which is not typical, he said, but agents had learned that Diddy was taking a trip out of the country. So HSI waited on that. And then on March 25th, 2024, Combs's homes in LA and Miami were raided in connection to a federal human trafficking investigation. That is what officials told Fox News Digital at the time. And of course, during that search, very infamously, authorities allegedly seized freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant right there. So it does appear, this was 18 minutes ago, the very latest information. Now a new update right here, Special Agent Gerard Gannon testifying to reviewing every item officers seized during the raid. He said that not only was he responsible for planning and executing the raid, he was also positioned near the evidence van and could see the evidence being retrieved, telling the court he was responsible for viewing every item that came into the van, evidence that was then taken to an office where Gannon went through it and organized items recovered into categories. On March 25th, as we mentioned, Combs's homes in LA and Miami were raided in connection to that federal human trafficking investigation. So that's the very latest information. You know, we were sharing with you just previously, I did want to pull that up as we continue to wait right here to be joined by Chase Brown, but I did want to pull this up. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? It does look like Chase is actually ready to join me now. And there's so much to talk about as we continue all of these latest developments as we continue. Chase, criminal defense attorney Chase Brown, thank you for taking the time to join us as we are now well into day 7 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. So much to get to. I want to ask you this because I'm curious myself. It doesn't appear that there's been a lunch break. Why is that? Is it that they just want to get in as many witnesses as possible? Is that typical?
Yes, absolutely. Very typical. There's a lot of witnesses to call. I've heard reports that this trial may take up to 8 weeks. So if they can get as much in as possible to move it along, and then certainly scheduling does take a play because these agents and civilian witnesses and whatnot, you have to get them all together at the same time in sequence. So they want to move this along, get through it as quick as possible. So if they're going to take the time they need, to get through these witnesses.
I wonder, with the toll that it takes on the jurors, because they are just, I would have to imagine, overwhelmed by the information, the testimony, the evidence that they are trying to analyze in real time. When it comes to not taking a break, how does that impact how all of this information is absorbed?
So, there's something to be said about taking a break from certainly a case like this, where some of the testimony can be very graphic and troubling and even traumatizing for a juror. So a break, if anything, just to kind of decompress is very important. And there is so much information to take in. So at a certain point, the breaks might just be for the jurors themselves, just to take a break from the case, step back. But it is certainly an information overload. There's so much coming at them. And frankly, the jurors are not going to really know what's going on. They're listening to these witnesses, whereas the lawyers and the judge, they may have an idea of what's going on. So the jurors really need to pay attention because this is all information they're hearing for the first time.
You know, it's interesting, and you just pointed it out. The judge, the attorneys on both sides are experts, of course, in the law, and they're viewing this from a very different perspective from a juror who is a layperson who may have never even heard a lot of these terms before. When it comes to, you know, outlining the case from both sides and outlining it in a way that resonates and connects with the typical juror, how does that work? Because we're talking about, you know, really high-level charges, racketeering, sex trafficking. You know, you hear about RICO, and people might not be familiar. So when you're trying to outline evidence pointing to your argument, how do you do that to allow the juror to really understand what's going on?
Absolutely, Stephanie. You have to simplify everything. You have to break it down. You have to teach them. You have to take all these legal terms and this complicated investigation and terms and evidence and bring it down to a level that anyone, the average layperson, can understand. It takes a lot of work. It's very hard because as a prosecutor and even defense attorney, you have it in your head and you have the experience, but you have all this experience to back it up. The juries have no idea. So it's very challenging to simplify it. And that's a struggle the entire trial, because you can lose the jury very quickly. If it's overcomplicated or they get bored or something they don't understand, you will lose them, and they're missing out that whole part, which could actually be very important.
So right now on the stand is a special agent right now describing the raids in Sean Diddy Combs' home. You know, previously we haven't been hearing from those so-called experts. We've been hearing from Cassie, her mom. We've been hearing from Diddy's former assistant, a male escort. Now we're getting into the legal testimony right here. What are they looking for from this particular person?
Looking to explain the investigation. I mean, you've heard civilian witnesses testify to their personal experiences. When juries are thinking about these cases, they're thinking CSI, they're thinking law and order. They want to know the legal law enforcement police officer background. So you have a special agent coming in, everyone off the bat that's such a cool person to testify, and they need to explain the investigation, because at the end of the day, you need to have a story. You have to explain the story. You have to explain how you got to where you are, all the witnesses, how they play in, and the law enforcement comes in and they break it down and show how they got the evidence. And it's a huge part in the story to kind of fill the gaps of, we have these civilians, but how do we get from the civilians to court to where we are now?
Is there anything in particular that has stood out to you when it comes to the testimony, when it comes to the witnesses themselves, and kind of the lineup of all of this? Do you feel like, you know, the prosecution is doing a good job? Are they playing it safe? Are they taking some risks? What's your overall sense of how this is going for either side?
So the only risk, obviously, Cassie Ventura is the main witness, right? She's victim number one, as outlined in the indictment. So you're putting some of the most compelling evidence right away, right up, you know, on the stand first. So it's an interesting strategy. It sets the tone for the rest of the trial. It brings the jury's attention in right away. Generally speaking, you would put a victim on maybe in mid-trial towards the end. But if they want to set the tone, they want to get the theme of the trial going right away. It's certainly a great strategy from that standpoint. You know, they want to paint the picture of the jury as to what they're going to see the rest of this trial. And I mean, the video that you see in the hotel room is horrific. So, you know, the jury gets that right away, and they might have a bad taste in their mouth from the start as to how this trial is going to go and how bad some of this evidence is going to be for the defense.
So the jury, you were just mentioning that the trial is expected to last up to 8 weeks. I mean, that is an incredibly lengthy trial. You were also talking about losing, you know, the concern over losing the interest of the jurors. There has to be fatigue, I would imagine. At some point you hit a wall. These people are human, right? These people aren't robots. So when it comes to dragging testimony out, when it comes to, you know, including every witness involved, like, what's the strategy there? Because you obviously want to paint the complete picture, but you don't want to kind of go overboard.
Right. So, I mean, there's certain witnesses that may not seem important, but you have to call from the prosecution side, because obviously they have the burden and they have to establish certain elements. Those witnesses might not be as exciting. So it's definitely good to, you know, maybe throw in one of those witnesses, just a necessity witness, you know, in between these compelling witnesses who are going to give the testimony that's going to draw attention to the jury. So that could factor into the scheduling. I mean, they have to put this story, they have to paint the picture, they have to do it most compelling way and the most believable way. So, you have to, sometimes there's witnesses that are not so important, that might not seem so important, but the prosecution has to call them. So it's a strategy thing to kind of filter them in and put it in the right sequence in the trial.
Chase, we've been getting a lot of feedback and inquiries from our YouTube viewers right here. And one of them had an interesting question, wondering why court doesn't happen 7 days a week, especially when you're talking about trying to expedite the justice system. Why is that? Is that just like the finite amount of resources? You just can't staff a courthouse 7 days a week. It's too expensive. What's the reasoning behind that?
Absolutely. The staffing is tremendously expensive. You have to have all these court officers, you have to have court reporters, the support staff. And, we've traditionally just had a Monday through Friday work week. And I will say this, from the lawyer's perspective, to go 7 days a week in the courtroom is exhausting for everyone involved in the jury. I mean, you can't, we're speaking about how the jury might lose interest and might be exhausted. To have a jury sit there 7 days a week, it would certainly take away from the case. Their attention wouldn't be there. So those breaks are very important. It breaks it up for everyone involved. So, with the cost, as well as just giving everyone the opportunity to regroup at the end of the week, get your preparation in, is very important. So I would say those are two of the main reasons.
Yeah, and I just got another question from our viewer asking why this isn't being charged as an abuse or domestic violence instead of sex trafficking, based on the testimony with Cassie being the key witness. And this goes to what the federal government can charge, right? And the statute of limitations. Can you just walk us through, why that's not tacked on and the federal government is focusing more on racketeering, sex trafficking, etc.?
Absolutely. So the domestic abuse, the assault aspect would be a state level prosecution. The magic phrase from the federal government standpoint is interstate commerce. So you have to show that somehow the crime you're charging or the action of the defendant affects interstate commerce in some way. Additionally, the federal government, when they come in and they prosecute a case, they have a lot of resources. So they're not going to come in on an assault where the assault penalty might be less than a year in jail. If they're prosecuting a case, it's a case where they're facing years and years or even life. So they're not going to really, for lack of a better term, waste their time on something like that. That's more reserved for a state level prosecution. And at this point, from the state's perspective, the statute of limitations has certainly run out. So it's not something you could even prosecute at this point. The federal government, in a way, is prosecuting that case because they are using that video. They're using that evidence of the domestic assault to further this case. So in a way, it is being prosecuted, but if you're going to go after that case specifically, it's a state level prosecution that the statute of limitations has since expired.
All right, so that is a good explanation, because I think a lot of times, viewers, this is very legal, and people aren't experts, like you said, especially the jurors. I mean, there's so much learning that's taking place, as this is actually happening right here. Has there been any surprises to you when it comes to witnesses, cross-examination strategies, or is this playing out pretty much, the way it would normally do so?
So there was one surprise I saw today, actually, where Cassie Ventura's mother testified, and I believe the defense attorney did not cross-examine her at all. That's a strategy call, and it is surprising. I mean, from the defense's standpoint, obviously there's nothing that they would have gotten out of her from a cross-examination that would have helped them. And it kind of sends a message to the jury that, there's nothing we want to even cross around. She didn't hurt us. She didn't hurt our case. So it definitely sends a message, but it is something that did surprise me at first. But I'm sure they have a strategy. I'm sure there's a reason behind it. But from this, so far, that has been something that has surprised me.
So you were mentioning the strategy, and maybe, I'm just wondering here off the top of my head, Cassie's testimony was just so explosive. Perhaps they almost want to put that in the past so the jurors focus more on, the witnesses to come. Do you anticipate any surprises from the defense in terms of, the people called to the stand? I know a lot of discussion has been whether Sean Diddy Combs himself is going to take the stand, and pretty much every criminal defense attorney I've spoken with say they would not advise their client to take the stand. But just curious, are they going to be calling, any of his children or maybe his mother to the stand to shed light in that arena? Is that something that they could do, or would they really stay away from that?
It depends. I mean, it's a strategy call to see how the trial progresses. If there's something that hurts them so bad that these witnesses, such as his mother or children, could rebut. I mean, the thing is that from a defense standpoint, the second you call a witness, the burden obviously is always on the prosecution. They have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and you want to keep that burden clear to the jury. The second you call a witness from a defense standpoint, subconsciously that burden shifts. The jury is now going to start to see, okay, the defense is introducing evidence, and in their minds, they're not going to say it, but in their minds, that burden might shift. So you have to be very, very careful in calling a witness from the defense standpoint. It has to really be worth it. If it's not something that's going to significantly help you, then it's better just to stay away from calling anyone and just rely on cross-examination and hurting the credibility of the government's witnesses. So it's something you have to play out, but it's a very calculated and important decision that needs to be thought through.
No, absolutely. I mean, everything has to be so intentional, as you can imagine. We did actually just get a new look that I did want to share with our viewers right here. This is just a different angle of the doors of the federal courthouse. So I'm just curious, just in terms of the timing of this, you mentioned that it is a strategy not to take a lunch break, but when you kind of power through, does the judge typically wrap up the testimony and the days sooner rather than later, understanding, of course, people are human and they're tired, they're probably hungry? Is that what's typical? If you power through, you kind of end the day earlier, or gosh, they could just go for hours more?
No, you certainly would end the day earlier. I mean, you don't want to break up a witness. Like if you're in the middle of a direct of a witness and they're at an important part, you don't want to break up that direct for a lunch break. So that's sometimes why it's better just to go straight through. You certainly would end earlier for the day because, again, it just takes such a mental toll on everyone in the courtroom, the judge, the attorneys, and the jury. So you want everyone to be focused on the case and not be fatigued. So you wouldn't work extra hours because you skip through lunch. It's something that from the flow of the trial, it makes sense to keep going through lunch, but then ultimately end earlier for the day.
I also want to ask you this, because there are obviously differences between federal court and, just, I guess, your typical, as we are taking a live look at the camera, kind of on the move right here. I'm just going to, because people might get seasick, so I'm just going to put the stationary shot back in place, but then obviously monitoring this as we see the photographer on the move right there, just capturing whoever, might be leaving whenever they might be doing that. But can you explain what the differences are? I mean, no doubt the law is the law and you have to uphold it. And there are, there's the legal process that remains in place. But what are the nuances, specifically at the federal court level?
Federal court level is in terms, so there's definitely an evidentiary difference. The rules are much clearer, much more laid out. I mean, from a federal government standpoint, their resources, I think, really differentiates it. You're going to have a lot more of a thorough investigation. You're going to be able to show a more thorough investigation because they have those resources. So I would say that the difference between state court and federal court is that the resource difference and how long the investigation takes and how in depth it is. And yeah, I mean, it's the law is obviously different. The statutes are much more broad. A lot more is at stake. I mean, again, like I mentioned, the interstate commerce aspect. So there's a lot more to it in terms of how far and deep the investigation spans. I mean, in this case, you saw that the search warrant was done in March, I believe, of 2024, and then he wasn't arrested until September. So there's so much investigative work going on before they even get to a courtroom in front of a judge for the first time, because they have the ability to conduct this investigation for so long.
So we're taking a live look right here at the entrance, and we do see that a lot of people are now exiting the court again. Who exactly the individuals are, we don't have their names, but I did want to just at least share with our viewers, and it does appear, I just wanted to give another shot, the shot that we took down, because obviously you can see that people are now leaving. and I have to wonder as we take a look at this, and we've been talking about the jury, we've been talking about just the high profile nature of this case. We see the crowds out there. We see the massive amounts of media outlets, with all the pictures and all the videos. How does that factor in, if at all, when it comes to just absorbing all of this, just understanding, obviously, every juror takes each case seriously, no matter who is involved. But I mean, the fact that it is so high profile, I have to imagine, does influence how you perceive everything.
It does. It can be a distraction, in my opinion, because it gets in the way of the actual case. I mean, the jurors are obviously not privy to any of the press and what they're reporting and the circumstances, because the quorum is limited to just what's admissible evidence, and that's all the jury is supposed to know. They're not supposed to have any outside influences or information, so it certainly can be a distraction. It sometimes can romanticize the process and how the case is going, so that factors in also. But my overall opinion is it's just a distraction. I mean, it takes away from the case, and the public can form an opinion, but that's not really what's relevant. What's relevant is the admissible evidence that the jury hears and making their decision based on that.
So based on the witness testimony that we've heard so far, how strong do you think the prosecution's case is?
It's certainly very strong. I mean, I've seen that the sex trafficking is something that the defense has a good theory of, that it was consensual. There was consensual activities going on. The racketeering is something that they're certainly building up. Since the inception of this case, I've stood by the fact that video in that hotel room has set the tone for the entire case. It just gives you a picture of who he really is, and just puts a bad taste in the jury's mouth. So now every time they hear evidence, in the back of their head, they have how violent he is, how aggressive he is, how he treats women. So I think that they're on the way to building it up. It's certainly going to take a lot more time. There's a lot more witnesses because they have a lot more to prove, but it's going pretty well, I would say, so far.
So Chase, before we let you go, we're just keeping an eye on this, the exit right there of the federal courthouse, as we're anticipating perhaps the end of the day here. Who knows? But anything else that really you're keeping a close eye on? I mean, this is a federal courthouse, so again, we don't have eyes and ears in real time. We rely on the journalists who are inside to provide all of that, which is unique in and of itself. But, anything that you are really focusing on as we continue? I mean, like you said, this is a marathon. We're almost, potentially 8 weeks of testimony, of decisions, obviously. Then you have the jury trying to decide, what to do. Anything that really you're keeping a close eye on?
The defense theory, how they're going to attack it. I mean, sometimes the evidence can be overwhelming. I thought that defense's theory from the opening was fantastic, in the sense of they came out right away and said, my client's a bad guy. He's bad. He's committed domestic violence. He's not a good person, but it doesn't rise to the level of sex trafficking. It doesn't rise to the level of racketeering. And I think that gives a lot of credibility to the defense with the jury, because they're not going to come out and say he's a good guy, because the evidence is going to show the opposite. So they are, and it's interesting for that to happen, because you would think, it's hard to imagine a defense attorney would come out and say their client is a bad guy, but I think it's a great strategy. And I'm interested to see how it plays out with each of these witnesses. Do they decide not to cross-examine future witnesses because it doesn't fit in with their theme? Do they spend longer on certain witnesses? So I'm interested to see how the defense theory plays out, and how they portray to the jury, what they believe, that he's a bad guy, but it doesn't rise to sex trafficking. It doesn't rise to racketeering.
It almost kind of like pokes the hole. It deflates, maybe the enormity perhaps of what the prosecution is trying to outline, when they admit it right off the bat, and it almost takes the air out of that argument. It's going to be very interesting to see how they outline. I have to imagine they are strategizing around the clock, given the gravity of all of these charges. Chase, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and no doubt we are going to be speaking with you again, as goodness gracious, we have weeks likely of a testimony before all is said and done. So we appreciate it.
Hey, Stephanie, take care.
Absolutely. This is another live look right here outside the courthouse as we are waiting perhaps for some sort of activity right here. We did have a couple of different shots, but now we just have this one as we continue. And, you know, as we do continue our coverage right here, we're looking ahead to the next hour as we do. So much of what we have talked about is human nature, is psychology, is getting into the minds of Sean Diddy Combs, into the witnesses, how to potentially even pick apart their words and their arguments, their gestures. And so coming up at 4 o'clock, we are going to be speaking with Dr. Daniel Bober, who is a psychiatrist, talking more about the human nature aspect to all of this, because as we were talking about with Chase, you know, every single person is a human. You know, Sean Diddy Combs, the jury, the judge, the witnesses who are taking this stand. How does this all come into play? There is so much emotion involved in this particular case. You know, how does that impact? You know, how do the witnesses, you know, address all of that? How does the line of questioning potentially impact that? So we're going to be speaking with Dr. Daniel Bober, who is a psychiatrist, also talking about some other issues, because there has been a lot of questions about Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs' relationship. In fact, you know, on the stand just a short time ago, we were hearing from one of the male escorts stating that all of the freak-offs, the alleged freak-offs, were consensual, and he said that he never got any cues of discomfort from Cassie. He testified if he had, he would have stopped. And so there is that question over the issues of coercion, over the issues of all of that. And so we're going to be speaking with Dr. Bober about all of that, delayed recognition as well, consent versus complicity. And that's going to be an interesting conversation as we continue this live look. What I'm going to do is, because this is live outside the courthouse, I'm going to raise my audio so we can just listen in for a moment. All right, so we did want to just let you know, we just got this information. The judge has dismissed the jury for the day, instructing them to return tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, continuing the testimony of Gerard Gannon, who is a special agent with Homeland Security Investigations. He will continue to testify on direct examination. So did want to let you know that that concludes day 7 here in the Diddy trial, as we are sharing all of the very latest information with you. This is a live look outside right here, but everything now wrapped up, as the judge has just informed everyone that they will resume testimony tomorrow. And so we are going to just update this banner right here. I'm going to say this: a judge dismisses jury in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. So this is in real time. You're listening perhaps as I type this, but you know what? That's what we do here, because we are in real time. All right, so there you have it. The judge dismisses jury in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. This is an exterior live look right there at the courthouse. We, of course, will continue all of our coverage, once court resumes at 9 a.m. tomorrow, just bringing you the very latest right here. As we did just get information, as Special Agent Gerard Gannon is going to continue his testimony tomorrow, talking about the various raids in Sean Diddy Combs' home. But on the stand before he left, he claimed that law enforcement officials recovered semi-automatic rifles during the raid of Combs' home in Miami, testifying that he was personally in all of the rooms at his Star Island mansion, aside from the basement. And there were some photos that were entered into evidence from one of the rooms, including images of AR-15s on a top shelf. There were platform, high heels, sex toys, baby oil, lingerie, and other items seen in the room. One image showed the lower part of an AR-15 rifle inside of a towel. Two upper receivers. Two upper receivers were shown. Gannon took an upper receiver from an AR-15 out of evidence and out of an evidence bag during the trial, showing the weapon had zip ties to prevent it from being fired. So this is a live look. As you can see, the photographer right there panning around the outside of the federal courthouse right here. This after the judge has dismissed the jury. So we're just going to stay on this live look for just a moment. As you can see, activity happening as we speak right there. The photographer zooming into this. So continuing with the special agent who will continue his testimony tomorrow. He testified that the serial numbers were cut off of the AR-15s that he found. And during the search on his home back in 2024, this was March 25th, authorities allegedly seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics, and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. We also heard testimony from a male escort stating that all of the sexual encounters that he experienced with Cassie were consensual. So we are continuing this live look right here outside of the courthouse. We have a couple of other views. Some of these views are on the move, but we can also share this one with you right here. Just a different view of the outside of the courthouse as we continue to follow all of those developments right here. You can see that this camera now continuing to pan. A couple of people waiting outside, some of the media, as we are just standing by as the judge has dismissed the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. This was day 7 of the testimony, and tomorrow we will continue to hear testimony from one of the special agents who was front and center when it came to Sean Diddy Combs' home raids right here. Continuing our thing. And just a little side note, we don't have cameras inside. That's not allowed because this is a federal courthouse. So we do rely on some of that testimony. Apparently, according to Fox News, Combs was seen trying to warm himself. This is a scene captured by the sketch artist today. As jurors were hearing testimony, he wore a dark sweater for court. He was flipping through paper while waiting for the judge to take the bench this morning. And you may remember that the testimony was delayed by about 20 minutes because 4 jurors were late because of traffic issues with the train system there. So there was a morning break. The judge actually did comment on the temperature in the courtroom, noticing that they were trying to turn it up and that he was freezing along with everyone else. So can you imagine? You're sitting in a room, you can't really move much for 9 up to 6 hours at a time, maybe even longer, and you're freezing. That's really difficult, especially I have to imagine for the jury as well, because you're trying to absorb all of that information. And if you're physically uncomfortable, that can absolutely make it a challenge. So no doubt they wanted to address that issue. But according to the sketch artist, Combs was trying to warm himself up. And then also the judge commented that he was freezing there as well. We're going to continue to hang on this live look, but this concludes the testimony for day 7 here at the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. At the very beginning was the testimony of the former personal assistant to Sean Diddy Combs. He had testified yesterday. They adjourned, and then he went back on the stand this morning. First, detailing that there was an incident where Sean Diddy Combs, he says, checked his browser history. This after there had been a blog post alleging an altercation of Combs beating Cassie. And so he wanted to see, according to this former personal assistant, he wanted to see the browser history of his personal assistant, saying that Diddy seemed pretty upset. That's according to testimony by the personal attorney right there. And the personal attorney saying, assistant, I should say, admitted that he did actually look for the blog post and Googled it. As we do await this, I do want to see, what the sights and sounds are here as we continue our live coverage.
Ready when you are. Period. Probably should wait till 3:45.
All right, so we really didn't hear much. We did perhaps hear from one of those photographers kind of chatting with someone right there. But we do have another live look that we did want to share with you. This is a close-up right here of one of those exits. It says, well, now the camera is moving, so we can't read that to you. But there we go. It says attorneys, law enforcement, messengers only. So that's a very specific door for folks right there, as this angle is a close-up look of those doors. Should we see anyone exiting who perhaps may want to talk? We don't know, but we want to find out. And so that's why we're hanging on these live looks right here, because we do want to bring you, every angle that we can as we continue our live coverage. As day 7 has now wrapped up in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial, the judge dismissing the jury for the day. They were there at 9 a.m. Unfortunately, not every juror was. 4 were late, and so testimony didn't get underway until about 9:20. And now the jury has been dismissed, but we're going to just stay on this live look right here. Just checking in to see, if someone should exit as we continue our recap of the day. So this is one look right here. This is another look as well. It's a wider version right here. So, we're going to monitor both to see if anyone should leave. And of course, we will bring that to you. But earlier I was talking about the personal assistant that was taken to the stand right here. He claims also that he was responsible for setting up the hotel rooms for the alleged freak-offs between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. He says he did not book the room. They were already booked under the name Frank Black, but his job was to make sure that all of the items were already in the hotel room for these situations, for these events, testifying that he would bring a Jordan sweatsuit, underwear, socks, toiletry, bag, applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, vodka, and other items to the room. And in the toiletry bag, he specified there was a razor and Just for Men, which is a male hair dye or beard dye as well. He said that there was always a medicine bag that contained anywhere between 25 to 30 different pill bottles, your standard Advil and Tylenol, as well as Viagra and ecstasy. And he also said that there was a Louis Vuitton bag that contained around $10,000 in cash as well as the rapper's wallet, saying that security always carried that particular bag. That was the testimony today from the former personal assistant, David James, who took to the stand this morning. He was the first to testify, as he had testified yesterday, so they wrapped up his testimony today. This is interesting, though, because he also said that he would go to the pharmacy Dwayne Reed using his own credit card, and that Diddy would allegedly reimburse him in cash later on. So when you're talking about the charge of racketeering, when you're talking about linking the bad boy empire to these acts and these events, that dilutes that argument right there. And so he was using his own personal credit card. He was also being paid in cash. So when you're talking about the paper trail, that makes it very difficult to directly link anything. As we continue this live look right here of folks just leaving the courthouse right there. We're going to continue to obviously monitor that as we continue to share the very latest details. And we also wanted to let you know that Cassie's mother also took to the stand a little bit later on. This was very brief. This was only about 15 minutes in length as she testified against Sean Diddy Combs. Now, her daughter Cassie spent 4 days last week testifying about the alleged abuse that she endured during her 10-year relationship with Diddy, testifying that she was being told to pay money. And so I did want to bring that up right here. So the jury was shown an email. I do see some movement right here. I'm just going to change the shot right here. As you can see that folks are waiting outside. Again, unclear as to who, if anyone, should be speaking, but we just wanted to share that with you as we continue to take a live look. So I did want to bring up the audio just a little bit. As you can see, folks right there outside the courthouse as we continue our coverage with the very latest information right here. And I am going to pop that up in a box so we can continue this live look right here on Live Now from Fox. But I also wanted to add a little bit more information about the individuals who testified earlier today as we continue this live look outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan. And yet another live look right here that I wanted to bring in, although it does seem like it's on the move. All of these shots truly are on the move as we're just anticipating, we're waiting. We don't know who, if anyone, should be leaving the courthouse, but there is a look right here. It's a little hard to see because this look is very dark. So I did want to just show this because what I was seeing, this is a live look, is that we were seeing law enforcement moving these metal barricades right here. So I wanted to share that with you. It does look like, we do know that the judge has dismissed the jury, but it looks like, additional developments happening as the metal barricades right there are being removed, at least from that particular location. You can see law enforcement. It's very dark right here, but we did want to share that with you. You can see some of the police officers right there as they're sharing, what they're doing right here. But in the meantime, we do have another look that I wanted to bring you as we continue to wait to see, if anyone is going to be speaking, what's going on. There we go. So that's a different look. That's more of a stationary look of the exit right there. As we continue to await. So coming up in just about 20 minutes or so, we are going to be joined by a psychiatrist to talk more about the psychological aspects of all of this. Dr. Daniel Bober, who is going to be joining us, talking about all of the psychological angles, the power dynamics that, are being discussed during the testimony, what it means to have that power, that control, what is consent versus complicity when it comes to proving some of these charges against Sean Diddy Combs. How does that human nature come into effect, or does it not? Because again, as the judge will dictate to the jury, you can't have that emotion. It's just not going to happen. And so you have to stick to the facts and the facts alone. So that is going to be something else that we are going to be speaking with him about as we continue our live coverage right here. But to continue our live coverage, we did want to share that Cassie's mother was testifying earlier that Sean Diddy Combs demanded $20,000 from the family back in 2011. The jury was shown an email from Cassie to her mother on December 23rd, 2011, so just 2 days before Christmas. And in that email, Cassie said that Diddy would release 2 sex tapes. Cassie's email also claimed that Sean Diddy Combs would have someone hurt her and rapper Kid Cudi, who she was dating at the time. Now, Cassie's mother testified that she was physically ill and didn't understand a lot of it, and claimed the sex tapes really threw her, but she understood that Diddy was allegedly going to hurt her daughter. She then explained under oath that she understood that Sean Diddy Combs wanted $20,000 to recoup the money he spent on Cassie. At the time, Sean Diddy Combs was allegedly upset that Cassie was with someone else, and it was expected that the money would come from Regina and her husband. Regina claimed that they took a home equity loan to pay Diddy, and when she received wiring instructions, she then wired the money from her checking account to the bad boy account. 5 or 4 days later, she says the money allegedly came back. Cassie's mom said she didn't have any conversations with Diddy about the money, and she doesn't have a copy of the wiring instructions, telling Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson, quote, "I was scared for my daughter's safety." When we were talking with the attorneys, when it comes to directly linking Bad Boy Enterprises with the charges against Sean Diddy Combs, the fact that she doesn't have a copy of these wiring instructions is damaging to the argument by prosecutors, because again, you can testify, but if you don't have the necessary evidence to back it up, that makes it more challenging to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all of these charges. So we did hear that from her. She was only on the stand for about 15 minutes. And in fact, the defense did not cross-examine her. Now, earlier we were speaking with attorney Chase Brown, who was outlining the strategy of that, stating that it sends the message to the jury that the defense doesn't need to cross-examine because there is no need for it, that their line of strategy is strong enough, that their case is strong enough. So that is a particular strategy that we will continue to see, if that actually plays out in their favor. Cassie's mom also discussed some of the upsetting photos that they were shown to the jury, saying that she memorialized Cassie's bruises that she allegedly received from the beatings at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs. So the jury was shown photos of bruises, and her mother testified that she took those photos to, quote, make sure they were memorialized. Regina, Cassie's mom, confirmed that her daughter told her that Diddy beat the singer. The jury was then shown more photos of those bruises. Cassie's mom saying that she first learned of the alleged beatings back in 2011, and she testified that she had previously read an allegation about these alleged beatings in a blog post she called her daughter, but Cassie denied that. And so that was the very brief testimony from Cassie's mother. She was then not cross-examined, and she was allowed to leave the stand. After that, there was testimony from a male escort known as the Punisher. So he testified for at least an hour or so, and we're going to get to that right now. What I am going to do is I'm just going to, prepare for our conversation with the psychiatrist. I'm going to see if he can join us. Actually, at the moment, it does look like he's actually on right now. And so we're just going to raise the audio to this. I just want to make sure that he's ready to go, and we'll bring him right on in. As we continue our live coverage, I did want to dip into our Fox 5 New York team as they are also recapping their live outside the courthouse. Fox 5 Lisa Evers is speaking. She has been in the courthouse covering all of this, and so we did want to dip into that right now.
Sessions like that, he said most of the times he was with Cassie. He didn't see Diddy or her inebriated or kind of like too high. He wasn't offered drugs. He said he was offered a drink, and he saw what he thought was marijuana there. But Richard, the real thing about him that was so fascinating was the longer that he talked, he was under cross-examination by Xavier Donaldson, one of the attorneys on Diddy's team, and he started to ask him about this. What's your business like? What are you doing? As a male entertainer? And he said mostly it's like bachelorette parties. We'll go and do things just to, super flirt. I'm going to keep it PG with the grandmothers and the mothers there, and the mother of the bride or whatever,
right,
to make it a fun evening. But he said some shocking things. He said he had about 8 to 15 encounters with Cassie and Diddy, having sex with Cassie, and that most of it, except for the last two times, was unprotected. There was no protection. So that was pretty interesting. And that he just painted more of a picture of it was a professional. He considers himself a professional, but that he was, that she seemed to totally be into it and enjoying it.
Yeah, he got paid.
He got paid. He got paid, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, except for the last time, which was the final time, and they didn't hire him again, he got $500, basically, like he said, a cancellation fee because he had performance issues. And then he revealed, this led to a line of questioning about his journey. He said that he was going through this journey that, many men go through, and that he was writing a book about it. And the name of the book, which we couldn't catch at first, and he was asked to repeat it a couple of times before people could really understand it. We're like, what's the name of that? And he goes, the name of the book is called In Search of Freezer Meat.
Oh.
And you
connect
the dots there. So
Lisa,
it was,
yeah.
We thought it was going to be, I thought today, coming here, that was going to be pretty basic, but that just went, and there's a lot more to that.
Much more than basic. Another thing that stood out to me was, we talked about Combs' alleged drug use last week. He claims that he used drugs every day.
Right.
It was Cassie who said that he was overdosing. What else did he say about the drugs today?
David James, you mean?
Yes, David James.
Yeah, David James was a personal assistant. He was very close to them. He portrayed a much more hectic picture than he did yesterday. And I think there was one thing that I wanted to point out that kind of escaped me because it was towards the end of the day yesterday, but I think it was really significant because I'm listening to the testimony, and I'm like, are they able to get what they need to prove these charges? Because they're very serious charges. And he said that one time at the Star Island, which was Diddy's Miami Beach compound, basically on Star Island there, He was standing on the dock because he was very involved. He was basically living there while he was working for Diddy, and that he was, talking with Cassie. And she just said, she goes, I had no idea how wild this whole world was, because now this was 2007 to 2009, so she'd been with Diddy for at least several years at this point.
Yeah.
And he said, well, if you're unhappy, if you don't like it, why don't you leave? And she told him, I can't leave. He controls everything. He controls my career. He controls my finances. He controls my money. He controls everything. And she just told him, I can't leave, which was pretty sad. But they needed that testimony. The prosecution needed that testimony, and I think that was one of the real reasons that he was there.
Yeah.
The drug use is going to keep coming up, and I think that we're going to be hearing a lot more about that, and I think that's going to be play a bigger role than we originally estimated.
Yeah, it seems so, because like you said, it keeps getting repeated. Speaking of that compound in Miami, so the final witness today, and his testimony continues tomorrow, was the special agent for Homeland Security. He was basically in charge of this raid back in March of last year. Tell me a little bit more about what he said today, because some of this is interesting about what they found.
Right, and he said, and he wanted, and I think they wanted to portray a very clear, because there was some criticism of that raid, particularly from extended members of the Combs family, about why did they need that big show of force? Why did they need, as he testified, as Agent Gannon, Homeland Security investigations special agent Gannon, who's one of the leaders of this whole special group that they have. Right. He said that they had 80 to 95 law enforcement descend on that compound in March of 2024.
Remember
and he said,
that day.
yeah, you can't. Nobody can
Right.
forget it. And he said the reason was because they had, their intel basically had let them know there was security there, there was armed security there. It was a very complex, They have of course, they have the blueprint and the schematics of the property, but he said they wanted to make sure that there was no danger to anybody. So they timed the raid. This was interesting. He testified they had a search warrant, but the search warrant, Richard, was. Oh, are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're on the streets. What can
Yeah, we're on the
and we're
the
live.
edge here.
And we're live. That's why I have my sneakers on.
That'll go
you
viral.
got the fancy. You got the fancy.
I have my
shoes.
shoes. I should put sneakers
You
on.
got your fancy shoes. Anyway, so he was basically talking about the Homeland Security, the investigations, what they were doing. He said that usually they do these raids at about 6 o'clock in the morning. They did this one at 3:40 in the afternoon that day, because he said they wanted to make sure that most of the people in the compound were out of there at the time that they went in. I thought that was interesting. And what they found, Richard, I mean, well, they show the closet, and there's a closet. First of all, the property is gorgeous. It's I've been to Star Island, not there, but been to Star Island, and it's spectacular. It's just like one of those amazing places. So you go, they open the door. The evidence photo shows this closet in one of the rooms. There's shelves on it. So I'm like looking at it, and I'm like going, what is this, like Sean John T-shirts or package of what is this? And he describes what's in there. He describes high heels, 7-inch high platform high heels, like dozens and dozens of them. Yeah. He describes lingerie, like freak off essentials, and then he says there were also assembly parts for guns. And so under questioning about the parts, he says, this is the upper receiver, this is the lower receiver. These are for AR-15 semi-automatic rifles. There were bullets that were there was ammunition, and then as the agent testified, that it's very simple to put it together. You put the two upper with the lower, there's a pin that you insert, and then you insert the magazine or pop the clip in, and then it's ready to go. So there was a lot of concern about that. People were kind of gasping, honestly, when they heard that. But the number of things, and then of course there was baby oil they found, there was lubricant, all of these items from the freak off that we have come to know.
Yeah, and it's this continues on. He's back on the stand tomorrow.
Right.
I know that the judge has been trying to wrap the testimony a little bit earlier now. So by 3 o'clock, you guys are coming out, and it's not as long of a day for the jury. But like you said to me, there's so much that's coming out in one day. Right. It's almost difficult to follow and almost difficult to report to even the audience watching how much testemony there is.
Oh, they're moving through it, and it's like the pace of it. And one of the lawyers that I've talked to about the case, he said, just from my own understanding, he goes, Lisa, this is not like state court. This is not like 100 Center Street, Manhattan Criminal Court. He said they are on such a tight schedule. These judges have such such full dockets and so many cases that they have to keep scheduling, and they're really keeping it moving. But I thought the cool thing about what this judge Arun Subramanian, what he said when they were doing the jury selection and they were talking about the scheduling and they were kind of negotiating all of that, was he said, and think about it, Richard, this is the time of year, there's graduations, there's weddings, there's all kinds of family events that people are having, the end of the school year for the kids, so all the plays and all of that, and just all sorts of things. And he wanted to give the jurors, which I thought was very smart, he wanted to give them time every day during the week so that they could take care of their personal affairs, bills, family stuff, work stuff, whatever, and basically stay connected with their life, but that they could still get it in. So they shortened the lunch. It's not a lunch hour; it's a lunch half hour.
Right? Yeah.
And then he brought in. This is how smart they are about how. Just it's human nature, basically, right?
Yeah.
So to get the jurors in there on time, so nobody gets stuck on the subway or the train or whatever. They have a breakfast. They have a breakfast and coffee for the jurors starting at 8:30 every morning. So they get there at 8:30. They get breakfast. They get coffee, and then 9 o'clock they go into the courtroom and get seated. So
and it's a 6-hour day minus the half hour for lunch.
Yeah, lunch is brought in. Lunch is brought in for them too. So it's a relaxing thing because it's pretty. I mean, it's calmer this week than it was last week, but it's still hectic.
Of course, and even navigating around this area. But it's good that the judge is mindful of that because it puts the jury in the right state of mind. It keeps them calm. It keeps them, knowing where their meals are going to be, knowing what time they'll be able to leave that day. I think for them that could help either side. I guess it could help the prosecution. It could help the defense.
Yeah, and I think everybody appreciates. There's still a sense of, at this point in the trial, of mutual respect on both sides. Because remember, Diddy's lead attorney, Mark Agnifilo, he's a former prosecutor and one of the top prosecutors in this very district, in the Southern District here of New York. So he's very familiar with how the courts operate. Diddy's defense team, they're trying to do as much as they can. They did score points, though. The witness, that the male sex worker, was Sharay McCray, Hayes or
Sharay Hayes.
Sharay Hayes. Thank you. I'm close. Yeah. He was basically talking about how Cassie seemed to be enjoying the sex with him on a professional level, and that really doesn't.
Does that really help?
Yeah, and I think the thing we have to remember, a couple things. I think we have to remember that, everybody is innocent until they're proven guilty, because there's been such an unprecedented barrage of publicity about this case and Diddy, and the most salacious things are the things that are the biggest headlines. And I don't want us to miss the building up of the case, of what they have to prove, step by step. And I think that's the whole thing. Is like, it's not about whether, what your idea or anybody's idea of sex trafficking is. It's about, what does the law say, what are the requirements point for point that they need to prove, and that's what the jury and the jury has been seeming very interested. They're very involved, paying attention. So we'll see.
There's a lot to prove, but there's still a very long way to go. I mean, we have to remind everyone that if you haven't been following this, you're only a week and a half in to when the actual opening statements to the first witnesses being called. So there's so much more. No one at this point could say this is a slam dunk case or it's not. No, and also too, remember, all the witnesses that they're calling now, excuse me, the pollen. All the witnesses that are calling now are witnesses that are being brought by the prosecution. So the prosecution is bringing these people in to try to prove their case. That's why the sex worker was such a surprise today, that he was seemed to be supporting them, but he was under oath. He had to say what was the truth. So then remember, we're still going to hear. We haven't heard the defense case yet, which they kind of have hinted at, saying that it's going to be, domestic abuse, not sex trafficking, drug use, drug abuse, a lot of emotional issues due to the drug abuse and that type of thing. But we haven't heard their case. We don't know who they're going to call. Yeah, how did Diddy appear today? He was a little bit more relaxed, pale purple crew neck sweater with the white button-down collar shirt underneath, which is like the jail uniform that. Well, it was the jail alternative uniform, the casual Friday look every day, and he has a bunch of those different outfits that are all pretty much the same. His demeanor seems like he's just calmer. He seems calmer. He seems like he's paying a lot of attention to it, and I think he's at that point where that initial, excitement, anticipation, fear, all of that. But I mean, he's looking at pretty serious charges, and could be a big change in his life. So could be. Could they? Well, we shall see. Lisa,
Yes.
who is going to be there every single day, almost
I don't know
every
about
day,
that,
right?
almost every day.
Reporting for us, giving us the insight I think only you can give.
Thank you.
So we will send it back to this live stream.
Yes.
And we'll be back on the 5 o'clock news with another update.
Right, at Fox 5 NY. Remember,
Yes.
you can watch on the Fox local app, and then we'll be back. I'll be back at 5:30. It'll end up on YouTube at some point tonight,
Yes.
where we're going to break it all down with the lawyer. Because I'm sure you get the question too. People go like, could Diddy go free? So we're going to look at, is that a possible
People
scenario?
have asked me that like every day.
Yeah,
Do
we're going
you
to get
think
the
that
answer.
He's going to go free.
We're going to get the answer for
There's
that.
your tease.
Okay.
See you guys later.
All right. Thanks.
Good
Thanks.
job, Lisa.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for that coverage as we continue our own coverage right here. A live look at the exterior right there here as well. So we're continuing this live look as we follow all of this. And I'm not sure exactly why we have this little spot there on our screen. We're going to continue to figure that out right here. But I am going to do a key or recall, which is not changing anything. So we're going to continue to monitor that as we continue our live coverage there as well. We do want to turn to this, and I did fix it, Carla, as I talked to my producer. This is live, raw, and unfiltered, as we did fix the issue there on our screen as you're taking a live look at the exterior right there. But we did want to recap. We were hearing from Fox 5 New York reporter Lisa Evers as she was live there in the courtroom, really giving the detail in terms of the demeanor and everything as we continue to follow this as well. So the judge has dismissed the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial right here. They are going to resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And you can absolutely count on Live Now from Fox to bring you the very latest on that as we continue our coverage. So continuing tomorrow on the stand, Special Agent Gerard Gannon continues his testimony as he claims that law enforcement officials recovered semi-automatic rifles during the raid of Combs's home in Miami, Florida. Again, in testifying in court that he was personally in all of the rooms of Diddy's Star Island mansion, except the basement, and going through some of the various photos of evidence right here. I'm going to get to all of that, but I also wanted to let you know that coming up in just about 10 minutes or so, we're going to be joined by Dr. Daniel Bober, who is a psychiatrist, talking about the very latest when it comes to the human nature, because as you can imagine, there's a lot of psychology behind this when it comes to questioning all of the witnesses, when it comes to the jury and trying to appeal to them, when it comes to outlining the evidence, when it comes to the witnesses themselves. So we are going to be speaking with psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober in just a moment as we continue our live look right here with the exterior of the courthouse there in New York. Joining Dr. Bober in just about 10 minutes or so. Also, we do have some new information that we did want to pass to you right here, is that we're getting some new information when it comes to expecting testimony from rapper Kid Cudi. So Kid Cudi dated Cassie Ventura briefly during a break that she had with Sean Diddy Combs. And we are now learning from the Associated Press that he is expected to testify tomorrow or Thursday. This is very significant because there have been discussions and rumors about Kid Cudi's car being bombed after Sean Diddy Combs became upset with him dating Cassie. So the very latest is that we are expecting Kid Cudi to take the stand either tomorrow or Thursday. And just to share a little bit more information, Combs demanded $20,000 from Cassie's mother, threatening to release explicit sex tapes when he became angry that he was dating someone else, that someone else being Kid Cudi. This is what Regina Ventura testified this morning at Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. She testified that she felt physically sick when she received an email from Cassie in the later part of 2011 saying Combs was planning to release 2 explicit videos of her and send someone to hurt her and the man that she was seeing, that man being rapper Kid Cudi. Regina Ventura saying, quote, "I did not understand a lot of it. The sex tapes threw me." She then said that she received a demand from Combs for $20,000 to, quote, recoup money he had spent on her because he was unhappy that she was in a relationship with Kid Cudi. So we did want to share that with you. New information coming to our Live Now from Fox Studios, as we are expecting Kid Cudi to testify either Wednesday or Thursday. Continuing our live coverage as we still have this exterior shot. Now, we haven't seen anyone walking through those doors to speak to the media, but we're just going to stay on this for a short time later as we continue this live look right here. We are going to be joined by Dr. Daniel Boebert, who is going to be speaking with us about the psychological angles that have come up with this testimony right here. Just going to raise the audio on this live look as we continue our coverage.
It's okay. No, it's your granola. Please. You're gonna make me eat. I'm gonna get a giant salad after.
It's really smushed, but you have to eat it.
Okay, let's share it. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Oh, this looks delicious. Thank you, my darling. I really appreciate it.
I always carry snacks.
Very smart.
Very snack.
This is good.
We're not hearing really much sound outside the federal courthouse in New York City right there. But if you're joining us here on this live stream, we did want to give you an update. Looking ahead to tomorrow, the testimony is set to resume at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And Kid Cudi is expected to take the stand either tomorrow or Thursday. Kid Cudi is a rapper who was briefly involved with Cassie Ventura while Cassie was on a break with Sean Diddy Combs. And we were hearing from Cassie's mother, who testified that Sean Diddy Combs became angry at that relationship, demanding $20,000 from occur. And so we are expecting to hear from Kid Cudi. There's also long been discussion over the bombing of Kid Cudi's car while he was dating Cassie Ventura. And there's been a lot of rumors over who was responsible behind that, likely going to be part of the line of questioning when he is expected to take the stand. So in just a couple of moments, we are going to be joined by Dr. Bober, who is a psychiatrist, talking about the psychological aspects of all of this as we continue our live coverage. We did want to let you know that we are going to conclude this live stream around 4:30, so in just about 20 minutes or so, but we're going to be back up and running tomorrow morning as we do have all angles covered for you with both live updates on the left-hand side of your screen with the very latest details, and then also I will be joining you once again at noon Eastern time for those live updates here. You know, it's so much going on, and we were hearing from Fox 5 New York's Lisa Evers talking about so much is jam-packed in every day. You have to imagine it's overwhelming for jurors as they're trying to disseminate the information. And we've been speaking with experts all day long talking about how jurors weed all of this out, because at the end of the day, the emotion is powerful, the testimony is powerful, but what all that matters truly is the evidence that is presented. So it is going to be interesting, the strategy on both sides on how they line up this evidence, as Sean Diddy Combs is charged with some very serious counts, including sexual assault, sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, and racketeering. So it is going to be interesting to see how they work to prove a lot of these charges against Sean Diddy Combs. He has multiple civil and criminal lawsuits happening right now. In the context of Diddy's legal troubles, the RICO charge really does play a crucial role in the prosecution's case. According to the FBI, RICO law allows authorities to target organizations or individuals engaged in patterns of criminal behavior over time, including activities like money laundering, drug trafficking, extortion, and fraud. So that's been, you know, something that we have been really talking about. So in Diddy's case, federal prosecutors have included RICO charges as part of a broader criminal indictment, alleging that he orchestrated a freak-off sex trafficking operation, which involved drugging and coercing victims into sex acts. The allegations suggest a coordinated long-term pattern of criminal behavior. That is a key component of what RICO is designed to address. So that is, you know, one of the lines of, you know, strategy that the prosecutors are taking a look at, particularly when it comes to that charge. It does look like perhaps, you know, we're still waiting to see if anyone should exit right here, continuing to bring you this live look from New York City. The judge has dismissed the jury for the day, but new information there. Rapper Kid Cudi is expected to testify either tomorrow or Thursday. And no doubt we are expecting to hear some pretty interesting testimony, especially since Kid Cudi's car had been bombed shortly after the time where he began his relationship with Cassie. And according to Cassie's mother, who testified on the stand today, Sean Diddy Combs was very upset by this news and demanded that she pay $20,000. Continuing our live coverage right here, also wanted to let you know that a male escort took to the stand for more than an hour today. He was known as the Punisher, and he was detailing, you know, his role in some of these freak-offs. What's interesting to note is that he did testify that the sex that he had during these freak-offs were consensual, and that he would have stopped had Cassie indicated any discomfort. So we are working to get Dr. Daniel Bober on, and if you just give us a moment, we are going to be doing this. We're just going to do an audio check with him before we bring him on live as we continue our coverage. All right, so we do have Dr. Daniel Brober, who is a psychiatrist, joining us now to talk more on this. Dr. Brober, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I mean, there is so much human nature and psychology involved in this particular case. The witness testimony, the way that the jury is absorbing and analyzing all of this, the way that both the defense and the prosecution is outlining their strategy. A lot of this has to do with the question of power, the question of being part of this, and I want to bring up the particular words, but consent. That has been that's been an a word that has come up a lot. Did Cassie consent to these acts? And we were hearing from a male escort saying that it did appear that she was consenting because she never said no. When you take a look at all these complicated issues, can you break it down for us about the importance of the nuances to all of this?
So I think compliance doesn't necessarily indicate consent, but as you said, it's very nuanced. There may have been times where she quote unquote consented, and there may have been times that she felt coerced. But anytime there is a power imbalance, you always have to question whether that consent is in fact truly consent. Also, with people who have a history of trauma and low self-esteem, sometimes they have very poor boundaries. They're prone to manipulation. And there can be what we call a trauma response, or what we call freezing or fawning. Fawning is people pleasing. You don't want to offer resistance because resistance in the past has led you to become harmed. So it's a very, very tricky issue. And for sure, the defense will seize upon that ambiguity.
And so let's talk about that, because the line of questioning is important, but what the jury has to walk away with and analyze, that's critical. And, the judge is going to give those final instructions. We just lost that live shot right there, so we're going to bring that up. But, those last questions, the last set of instructions, I should say, is crucial, because they do indicate really that you can't allow your emotions to influence at the end of the day. And when we're talking about this, and it does look like, unfortunately, we have lost the live shot from outside the courthouse, as we do know that the judge has dismissed the jury. So we do have a live look of the New York City skyline right here. But as a psychiatrist, what can the jury take away when it comes to the issues of power, the issues of consent and coercion and compliance? Is that evidence, and how do they frame that? How do they work with that?
Well, these are well-established psychological theories, so I think a lot of this is going to come down to a battle of the experts. We know, for example, that there are things like delayed recognition and cognitive dissonance. All these things play into it. People may be traumatized and may not recognize it as trauma at the time, because trauma can cause fragmentation of memories. People go through defense mechanisms, minimization, rationalization, normalization, where they tell themselves it really wasn't so bad. They sort of lose their reference point. And then when they look back on it, they realize that it was trauma. There's different reasons that people do this. A lot of it has to do with genetic factors. Some of it has to do with their own trauma history. But the point is, it's not so clear cut. And if you look at some of the text messages that were exchanged between Diddy and Cassie Ventura, some of them looked quite loving and quite tender. So you have to wonder at times if she was in a different state of mind, if she did feel like she was a prisoner or a slave or under the control of another individual. But there may have been times that she was. So it is very nuanced. It's very tricky. And as I said, I think it's going to be a lot of ammo for the defense because they're going to make the argument, hey, you know what? She could have walked away anytime she wanted, but there was a tremendous power imbalance. She had to fear what would have happened if she walked away from him, losing her financial security, being smeared in the press. There's any number of things that could have happened had she walked away.
We don't know yet if a psychiatrist, will be brought forth as a witness expert to provide testimony. What do you think some of those really important questions in the line, both for the defense and the prosecution, what are some of the questions you feel might be raised if a psychiatrist were to take the stand?
Again, I think it's going to be why didn't you just walk away? That's what I would ask her. If I was an attorney or an expert, I would say, why didn't you walk away? Why didn't you leave? You could have walked away anytime you wanted. Was there some motivation you had, some other agenda? Because maybe you were getting something out of it too. Maybe it was helping your career. Maybe it was helping your image to be with someone who is a celebrity of this magnitude. So I would turn it the other way if I was the defense attorney and try to attack that way.
Is there anything particularly that has stood out to you when we're hearing the testimony from not just Cassie, but her mother who took the stand? We also heard from the male escort who took the stand saying that he never saw Cassie uncomfortable. And if she would have said something, he would have stopped. We're hearing from a number of other individuals, Sean Diddy Combs, a personal assistant, anything that stands out to you from your expert perspective?
So for me, I'm not necessarily moved by the fact that she didn't speak up, because think about people who are in a cult. Are they going to speak up when authorities come? Maybe they were threatened. Maybe they were told if they spoke up, something was going to happen to their family or some other form of coercion. So just because someone doesn't speak up, they may not feel free to speak up. They may feel that if they speak up, that there are going to be consequences, whether they're abandoned on the street, cut off financially, threatened with violence or assault. So it's very difficult to know.
As we look ahead, it's going to be very interesting. We just learned that the rapper Kid Cudi is going to be taking this stand tomorrow. He is the individual who had a relationship with Cassie during a break with Sean Diddy Combs. There's been a lot of speculation over who bombed his car. When we're taking a look at witnesses ahead and kind of that line of questioning, as a psychiatrist, what are you most interested in? Is it what is said? Is it what is not is said? Is it the demeanor? All of the above?
Well, I think it all plays to the credibility of the witnesses. How long they knew Diddy, what was their relationship with him? Was there something that he was holding over them? Could they have some other agenda? These are all things you want to question, and this is something the court will look at, the judge will look at, the jury will look at. What is the credibility of these witnesses, and what do they have to say? What do they bring to the table in terms of deciphering this? Because that's really what it's going to come down to, is did she do this willingly? Was it consensual? Was it voluntary? I think that's really what this all comes down to in the end.
All right, Dr. Bober, we really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. No doubt we are going to be speaking with you again.
Thank you.
Absolutely. The judge dismissing the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. And so concludes our live stream. We appreciate all of you who have been joining us for our live coverage since 9 a.m. this morning. We will resume our live coverage at 9 a.m. tomorrow as we continue to take a live look right here at the New York City skyline.